Hello everyone, and welcome back to the stream. I am Razim. I have been dragged, kicking and screaming back to this game. I am going to preface this. I have been burned by this game and its community multiple times. It has left a very sour taste in my mouth for it. Kur insists there is fun to be. Stop playing the goddamn intro. Kur has insisted this game is fun. A few people have. If I still don't like it, please do not hate me. Because you will only be adding to the entire reason why I do not have a good view of this game.
My goal is to show you that this game can be super freaking awesome, and it's amazing, and one of the greatest games that has ever been made.
One thing that the diehard fans do not seem to understand, Glory, is that the new player experience for this game is beyond the worst I have ever seen. From the moment of you trying to purchase the game to going through the beginning of the game. Very few members of the Final Fantasy XIV community have 100% said that that is the case. Those that look at this with an objective view instead of looking at it through rose-tinted glasses. Me buying this game and trying to download it again. When I bought this game, originally, it was on Steam. And my account, because I did not play for a while, got locked out.
Corbin Proa, it seems that Zoroark 720 loves you a lot. Good luck.
It got locked out. I attempted to contact their support 4 times. They did not respond to me at all. So I could no longer use the Steam version for downloading it. Because apparently the license for Steam is different from the license for just Windows in general. So I had to buy it from them, from their website. The email that they sent me had a link that took me to a 404 page. A friend of mine that got me into it a few months ago, or got me to try it a few months ago, rather, sent me a different link. That link does not work anymore for downloading the game. And then Saturday, when I was trying to download this game, Kur and I literally spent about an hour just trying to figure out where to download it. Not to mention the 4 or 5 times I had to relaunch it because it ran into one error or another. So this last attempt at getting into this game has already started off bad. But Kur is insistent that he can help me find the fun, and I will give him that chance. But I just want to preface what my experience has been with this game throughout the history of playing it before we begin.
You want to go into the Primal data center.
Okay.
So just click there. And then just go over to the Primal one and just click on that. Yep, and then hit proceed. just head up to new character.
Do I need to change the world? Didn't you say something about Finrod or something?
We'll be doing that at the end. That's the very last step after you make your character.
That's selecting server type thing.
Yep. You can choose which world you go to after you get done making the character before this. Famford is the one we're going to probably want to shoot for, but we'll see if it'll be open. It should be open according to my screen because I'm keeping watch on it on my end. Famford's still open as far as I see. Yep, Famford's still up.
All right.
Oh no,
Also-
I'm spotted. Duke. Human is here. Do you have Duke?
Also, Corbin, I need to know what pack you would like from Streamloots, and make sure you sign up for Streamloots so I can give it to you. Sure, the default works for me. Why am I picking hairstyle again? Oh, okay. Before it was
sideburns.
face. Never mind. I'm good with that. Sure.
Yeah, but hey, somehow you can now wear Hrothgar hats finally in some expansions. Yeah, I'm going with the potatoes. I've never got a chance to play a potato. I want to play a potato. So I'm going to play a potato. My mustache. I've never played one of the small potatoes, but I've wanted to. It still upsets me that we cannot play one of the bun buns. Doink.
I guess I can't set the color of just the hair.
No! God dang it. It's fine. We'll just have to jump over to a different one. Nut bunnies.
Server full.
Server full.
Joy.
It's fine. I'm keeping track of them right now. The good thing is you can save character appearances.
Almost time for Zim to fight a Toneberry.
You actually don't really see them that much.
I'd rather just have fun with the game. Thank you.
It's
There-
a
there's-
classic
there-
enemy.
There's one class that does involve the Tonberries, and it's a really, really nice class quest. Because it's not really what you might expect.
Thank you for the head pat, Sunai. And yeah, Glory, I play games to have fun. Begrudgingly, Lyndon. Begrudgingly. Sure.
These ones don't really matter. These are just flavor things for your character. These are the different gods that you can worship.
I won't go into it again, Lyndon, but as I stated at the beginning of this recording, I've had a very troubled history with this game. I'm giving it one last chance. Emphasis on last. So what
Like the
class
last
am I-
mistake you'll ever make, huh?
Basically. So what class do I want to go with then?
Alright, so Gladiator and Marauder lead into tank classes. So if you want to tank, those are the two classes to play.
We're talking about
Pu-
this one with guns.
We can't go into that until we get into Heaven's Ward, which is the first expansion.
So
At level
what goes
50.
into it?
Nothing does. You just get to straight up start them. After the base game, basically people said that they really didn't like the fact that you had to lead into the classes, So they basically got rid of that for everything that came after the base game. So you have Gladiator, which goes into Paladin, which is a tank. Pugilist goes into Monk. Marauder goes into Warrior. Lancer goes into Dragoon. Archer goes into Bard. And then the Disciples of Magic are the Summoner, White Mage, and Black Mage.
Alright. We're going with
Can you go?
Famfrit.
Are you able to choose Famfrit?
It looks like it.
Let me see. Give me 1 second real quick.
New characters cannot be made on this world at this time. Of course, so... Now what?
So there's 2 things we can do. You saved your appearance data. So
Yes.
there we're fine. Second, sorry, just jumping in here to look. So what we can do is we can either just go through the base game at like the normal level progression, or we can jump over into the EU server.
The least amount of time I spend in A Realm Reborn, the better. Because again, this is my 4th time going through that.
So if we go with the EU server, we would be able to get the experience bonus. So we could level up faster. We can jump into the other classes that are actually available if we want to go into them, like Red Mage, Samurai, Dancer, classes like that. And we can basically kind of speed run pretty quickly through everything because we don't really have to worry about being under leveled and having to level up a little bit.
Tell me where we're going.
Okay.
I don't need all the explanation. Let's speed run this.
Okay, sorry, I was just explaining. All right, so let me double check something real quick before we jump. All right, so you're going to want to go into Chaos, the European Data Center.
Hi there,
One of my
Raven.
friends.
I definitely do not want high-level players coming and joining us. I have had nothing but my experience with them joining us, or joining me, has been they rush through everything, and I'm just kind of struggling to run along behind them.
They did do something to help with that in Realm Reborn. You can now do all dungeons. You can now do all dungeons and such solo. You don't have to group up with other players if you don't want to.
Oh, great, because that was definitely a fun experience when I played a few months ago, where I was DPS and literally could not progress anything because I had to wait a half hour just to get in a dungeon.
Yes, that's one of the things that they added, because people have been asking for that, because if you're not playing a tank or a healer, it can take a while to get in.
What world am I going with?
We want to go with, let me double check. The server that we want is going to be Phantom, is the one we're probably going to want to go with. Which class are you going?
Lancer.
You're going to go Lancer? Alright. So I can go, if we want to be together in the same area, I can go healer if you want me to.
Whatever you want to do.
Okay. Yeah, because the one downside is you get separated if you do certain classes, and you go to other areas. So it takes about like 10 levels before you can actually meet up. But I can go class with you. I'll go healer. I don't mind healing. Healer's always been my stuff. Alright, yep.
This world is currently full.
Which one?
Lovely. Phantom.
Alright. Oh, that's just because you're just loading it in.
Well, luckily I have Stream Raiders to go to instead of just sitting here waiting.
It only takes like a minute for that many people. Besides, I can always change class when we start traveling to the other countries.
Here. Here. Feel.
Don't care about that.
Okay, you just skip through the cutscene. Alright, I'll come join you.
The scene cannot be skipped. Well, I'm gonna spam escape anyways. Go away.
I am
Again,
Tiny Potato.
I am rushing through all of this as fast as possible. I
Okay.
want to get to the fun.
Alright, I will join you soon. I skipped through the cutscene. Yeah, this is just getting you started in the town. That's all.
I'll slow down when the fun starts.
Hey, we're already level 2.
Great. Again, for those that are here just because this is Final Fantasy XIV, this is not representative of my normal streams. I have been pushed into doing this game again for the last time. And promise there is fun to be had somewhere. But I have been burned a lot. So I'm just rushing through to get to the fun.
If anyone has any questions, I can answer them.
Kur can absolutely answer.
Yep. It's just hard for me to have the chat up as well at the same time. On my computer, I'm trying to get it up on my phone, but it's a little hit and miss. I'm looking for... Where are you at right now? I see you. Ivis.
Learning return.
Yeah, having another cutscene. Followed by another cutscene and another cutscene and... Alright, to the Lancers Guild. I think that's over here.
Doo-doo-doo-doo. Yeah, it should show you on your map which way to go. Yeah, make sure you want to touch all the little crystals too.
That is not the Lancer Guild. Yeah,
It's
I
the
know
market,
about the
it looks like.
crystals.
Okay. Boop. I am a fast potato. Be hi. I am little potato.
Yes, Hey there, Sly. I don't think that's the Lancer Guild either. There are a lot
No,
of
this is the market.
markers.
This is the market we have to do.
What market that we have to do?
It's the check mark underneath the Lancers Guild. We have to talk to this guy.
Ah.
Yeah, this is a 3-part quest. I'm going to go run up here and touch the crystal. Touch the crystal. Touch the crystal.
Right, you have to actually drag items for some freaking reason.
You can right click on them too. Or double click on them.
What do you mean, Karma? Well, the arrow is pointing me that way, but I really don't think that's the way I'm supposed to go. Right. All the freaking running. Where are the keybinds? Keybind. What channel redeems are broken, Lightning Dragon? That would be something on Twitch's end, then.
Yeah, kitty.
Try refreshing the page. Alright, so Twitch itself is, the channel points are down. A shame. We'll just have to, well, apparently it worked for Sly. Try Control F5. Alright. Yes, yes, yes. Sure. Why can this scene not be skipped? I need to go kill a bunch of things.
I need to go with ya. Because I need to kill stuff too. I will come meet up with you. And we can do our quest together.
Carline Canopy. Where the hell is that? Okay, it's right there.
Oh, before you go out there, let's go to use one of the crystals to teleport to the amphitheater if you touch that stone. You were right next to it before.
I'm turning in a quest right now.
Okay. Basically where I am currently on the map. You want to come here. Because we want to get you your mail and your earring, which will give you more experience.
My what?
You have an earring, and if you wear it, it will give you more experience.
Okay. And where am I going?
Alright, boop. Let me see.
The amphitheater?
Yep. And right over here. We're going to talk to the delivery Moogle right here. And one of the letters he has should have a earring in it. That's the one you want.
He said no mail for me.
Oh. My bad. I must have misremembered. Alright. So you gotta go kill some stuff?
Yes.
Alright, so we want to head down that way.
Why can I not zoom this out? Where is that way?
We want to head to the main Aetherite, and we'll walk from there.
Yay, walking simulator.
Alright, so we just want to head on down this way. Alright, so I need to kill ground squirrels, little ladybugs, and forest fungars for mine.
Same.
Let us go murder. So let's go. We just need the fungar now, which are right down here. Here's some.
Coming.
No worries. Alright, here he comes. Ah, Ladybug Coon, why? Alright, oh, there's
Because
one
you
right here.
only fight things in groups in this game.
That's two. And let's see. Oh, right there. I got your back.
Alright. I need to go talk
Oh, we
to somebody over here.
Yep. Looks like I don't have anything yet, so I have to head back here. Because I have to complete the other quest still. So I'll probably join you in just a moment. Run, 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 run. Yeah, we're already way above where we're supposed to be right now.
I am okay with this. Right, they did not continue the next quest. I have to pick that up manually. And you want me to equip gear... this stupid quest.
Okay, I see. I'm coming now to you.
Nice, Jed. I'm happy for ya. I know my family didn't really get it either when I first came out about being a furry, and my sister finds my persona adorable. She might wind up being a furry one day. Who knows?
Also, since we're already level 5, we can do our level 5 class quest too.
First, I need to get equipment for level 5 or whatever.
Oh, come over here, back to the camp. There is someone who sells stuff, it looks like.
I don't have much money.
Ah, fair, fair. We'll probably want to do our class quest to get a little bit of gear. And also give us some more money to actually buy stuff. I'm on my way back too. I can go turn in my class quest.
Yeah, all of that is too expensive. Hello there, Ash.
So how is the Conqueror doing?
Bored.
Running line from quest line?
Yeah. Running simulator. Just running from one place to the next, and then back again, and then back, and then back again, and looking at a bunch of stuff that doesn't matter.
To be fair, that's, well, video games in general. And MMOs in general.
Hey, Yin.
Alright.
As I prefaced this, starting for everybody, I've been burned on this game multiple times. You're not going to get much energy from me until we get to this fun part I keep getting promised is here.
Hildebrand.
I have no idea what that means.
It's a side quest. It's a silly, fun side quest.
It is the #1 reason to play Realm Reborn again.
A lot of people like that.
What, you don't?
So basically, it's just running simulator / torturing Paul Zim.
Very much torturing me, yes.
Hmm.
Her guilted me
What
into
data set
trying
do
it
you roll
again,
in,
so...
anyway?
I
The
don't
things I
even know.
do for my friends!
I get it, though.
No,
I've
not
tried to
for
play-
friends. The only reason I'm trying this again is because boyfriend.
The things I do for those I love!
What? What data center, dude?
I
Right now
don't
we're
know. I said that.
We're on Phantom over in Europe
Wait, why in Europe?
because they have the new server bonus. Famfrit was closed right now.
Okay.
And I was basically trying to get Zim leveled up as fast as possible.
Unfortunately, leveling up as fast as possible doesn't really help because, unlike WoW, everything's bound to
The class.
story level.
Yeah, that's true, but you also don't have the problem of having to grind up levels sometimes. There were a couple of points before that I hit where I had to actually stop and do a couple of dungeon runs.
I
And
ran
you can
into
get
that
used to
multiple times.
Same, but I've literally just played it up to the end of Stormblood, and you kind of just playing the main story without any side quests.
Wrong.
You I'm
They
not
only have-
wrong. I literally just played it. I've got evidence on my freaking channel.
It
If you
only
can actually see from my internet.
It only takes I hit maybe 4 or 5 points in the game where I had to grind up like one level, so I had to do like one
Yes, but
maybe
you
two
don't need
dungeons.
to grind up levels. I literally just played through it, and
Yeah.
each time I kept
I'm
being
going-
over-leveled just on a regular server.
No, I also wanted to get into the higher level classes like samurai, dancer. Some of those are really really fun.
Fair enough.
And I'm going
I guess I saw
to
it, Jed.
Let's see.
point out here. I have been burned on this game by the community, by the diehard fans. I have been burned by their website, by their customer service. And it will not take much for me to just quit this game again for the final time. And not even Kur won't be able to get me to try it again. So please keep that in mind when you're making comments. I'm just putting that out there because that's where I'm at with this game.
Mm-hmm.
I would like my money to have not gone to waste and to find some fun in this game. But it is a very hard thing for me to attempt to do right now.
Mm.
Yes, Glory. The diehard fans suck. Diehard fans of anything are the worst that you could find. Because they make the game horrible for any new player.
I will say that leveling up quickly, one problem you find is you end up not having enough money to get all the equipment because all the equipment you get is through the course of the story.
Usually it's not too big. The level, just the level bonus and the abilities will give you a bit of an advantage. Plus, enemies that are 10 levels lower than you won't attack you.
True,
So
but
it makes getting through stuff without being attacked so much nicer.
true. But they still changed it so that you end up with more experience at the base level than you did before.
Yes, which is nice.
I
Yeah,
still
not because you end up
just-
over-leveled for the campaign.
As long as it gets fun, that is all I care about. I am doing what Kur recommends for me to do because he's the one that's dragged me back into it.
Mm-hmm.
As I told him very clearly and very bluntly, my enjoyment of this game, my trial of this, is 100% on him.
I am going to do my very best. Alright, so are you doing your quest at the moment?
I think so.
Okay, I'm doing mine real quick because I checked the stream and I saw that you're doing that.
I also don't mind the hunting log much, except for the fact that,
Yeah.
you know, the hunting log later on sends you to every frickin' corner of the place.
Well,
Usually with the way the hunting log is set up is it's made for basically you being at that level. That's the area you would be at when you would be doing those. Does that make sense?
Yeah. The story generally takes you there at the same time.
Yeah, the hunting log is nice because it's just like it's free experience that you can get by just literally kind of running around a little bit.
I don't mind
Which
the
typically-
little completion mechanic to it.
It's
Something
also
that
nice
I do enjoy.
It is also nice, like if you're leveling up a class and you haven't hit dungeons yet, then you can just do the hunting log real quick, especially with this bonus experience, to instantly basically level up character.
Mm.
That's one of the things that the enhanced experience does come in handy, is if you want to level up another class.
I also definitely
Because that's
want
kind
to
of
get.
excruciating.
I also definitely want to get to having a
Mount
as fast as possible. Because the walking simulator is boring.
Go this way. Doesn't bother me too much. I think the game is very pretty.
The game has pretty graphics. The game has nice music. The problem is that while it's got pretty graphics,
Tokeme wants you to
that
go
doesn't
on an
mean there's
adventure.
much to
Follow the
actually
adventure line
see.
TM.
I am fair on my opinions of games. I point out the good and the bad. I like the hunting log. The music is pretty. The graphics are gorgeous. The problem is that there's nothing to really bother looking at.
Yeah.
Especially in certain locations.
Yeah.
Guild Wars 2 did it perfectly as far as I'm concerned because they had a lot of very interesting little nooks and crannies that you could find. Whereas this one, it's just kind of hundreds of monsters filling the world, and that's it. Yay, leveled up.
God
damn it.
I'm going to see what gear I still need. I think I just need legs. Or, no, I need a hat. I need a hat. So let's go get a hat.
I need the game to stop with this damn bug where if you teleport to certain areas, the game crashes on you.
Hey there.
Hi.
I've had that before in Warcraft.
Tanya still asleep?
I have no idea. Probably.
Yeah, right down here, where I'm going to, there is a merchant that you can buy.
I don't know where you are.
Basically right down south of where you are. Right down that, following that path.
I still don't have money. I have 300 gil. That's it.
Yeah, the hat for me is about 113 gil.
And
I think that's everything.
How the hell do I even see that?
What do you need to see?
Found it.
Okay.
Head, body, hands, legs, and feet. I have...
I got my body from completing my White Mage quest.
Wait, all of this says item level 5.
Okay.
So I should be able to go turn that in. Cool.
You should be able to, if you hit M and look, you should be able to see if the quest marker is red or green. If it's green, you can turn it in.
It's red. Oh, I need a hat. Okay.
Yep. There's a hat down here for 120 gil that you can buy.
Hey, shoulders, knees and toes, knees and toes.
Knees and toes. Hey, shoulders, knees and toes, knees and toes. Yeah, this quest is basically all about like, hey, these are the item levels. This is what this means. And in game, it's basically I don't want to send new adventurers off to get murdered. So yeah, talk to this guy. You want to do battle gear, and then you probably just want to pick up like the probably like leather eye patch.
All right, time for Stream Raiders. Hi, Jed. I'm being tortured. That's how I am. Exactly, Glory. Exactly. That sums it up in a nutshell. All right, place your troops for the next battle, everybody. And that is that quest completed, so I can start placing the Razor Warriors. Yeah, Glory. That is what I have experienced and been told by those that actually look at the game without the rose-tinted glasses.
Oh yeah, Titan's annoying as hell. I will 100% agree with that. Once you get through about the sylphs, I think it really picks up.
Yeah,
I have
it's
heard it
about,
does
what, level 10?
not pick up in ARR.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, they made some changes
towards the
recently.
middle.
They made some changes. All right this way.
Yeah.
And I personally, when I played through the changes, I had a lot of fun with it. I thought they did some really cool story stuff with it.
I suppose we'll find out.
Because that's the point in the game where you really start to pick up as the hero. Right this way. We want to go right.
I need to go talk to my guild guy.
Oh, okay. I'll wait for you. I'll do a little dance. I'm dancing. I'm dancing.
That is what I've
in the
heard,
rain.
Glory. That Heaven's Ward is good.
Oh, Heaven's Ward is great. I love Heaven's Ward. Heaven's Ward.
When you have to put in 100 hours that you have to actually pay to put in those 100 hours to get to that fun part, that is not good game design.
AR sets a lot of the AR sets a lot of the foundation, so to speak, the building blocks that everything else builds on, and it's one of the reasons why all the other parts are so good.
Yeah, but you still need to. You can still definitely make your foundation interesting and fun.
Again, I think the story does pick up. Once a certain event happens,
Yeah,
I don't
undoubtedly.
want I don't want to give like super spoilers to anyone who might not want to be spoiled, but yeah, a certain event in the Waking Sands. I think once that happens, that's when we kind of pick up and we start getting everything. Everything starts coming together. Yeah. 2.0 definitely had that problem. Considering they were basically rebuilding from 1.0's absolute dog shit crash and wanting to still keep the world and everything that they had built. Because the world and the lore were good, the gameplay was just absolutely horrific. So they were constrained somewhat in what they were doing to bring everything back, but they did an okay job. I mean, considering what they had to build on, they did a really damn good job from that.
But
And when they
what it sounds like to me is that they basically 1.0 was garbage. 2.0, A Realm Reborn, is garbage with some... It is shiny garbage. And then Heaven's Ward is where it's actually good.
but more just kind of okay. Like, it's not super great, but it's not like absolutely horrific either. Heyo.
Right, I'm here.
Yes. Alright, so we want to go this way. Hut, 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 hut.
I know what I have played has not been entertaining at all, Glory. And I played up to...
I think you said the
I think it was Ifrit.
Oh, you only made it to Ifrit. Okay. Yeah, no, you...
Yeah, that was when the diehard fans ruined the entire game for me and I quit.
Yeah, Ifrit is very, very, very at the beginning of the game.
Yeah.
I was right about at the level to finally get a mount.
Alright, so we had to break up the party. Boop. And we get to do our little quest fight. I will say I do really like the instance battles personally. I think these are really cool little things. They get really fun and interesting little stories as you go further into the game.
Look, someone's already here.
That's what I look at, Glory. I look at things objectively. Like, even Guild Wars 2 that I absolutely love, there's a lot that I love about it. But there's also parts like the end game, you get to a point in it when you've run out of the story where Guild Wars 2 just kind of peters off. And there's not much to do when you're in between waiting for the next story segment to come out. I still love Guild Wars 2 for everything else, but it does run out of stuff to do. Well...
Oh dear. Is that a sword in the stump? Bad idea. Really bad idea.
I should say there's still a lot to do, but for me, it's like... Their raids are very difficult to try and get into on Guild Wars 2. The dungeons are very few, as are the raids. There's not much of those, and very, very difficult. So not many people do them, so you don't get much of. It's hard to get a group together to run them. They do have their fractals, which can get kind of repetitive at times. Guild Wars 2 is definitely a game that you pick up and you play a little bit here and there, but it's mostly about playing the story on it.
It takes a lot less than that to incite the green wrath, you know? Why, the first time I came to
Yeah,
the Twins
for
with
Final
those
Fantasy, we have a
sorcerers
pretty
and
good,
dark
robust
stranger, just for crashing
dungeon
our
and raid
airship in the
system.
wrong place.
So usually it's
All
not
partly Lulu's fault,
too
of course. Though,
hard to
it's
find a
impossible
group,
his
usually,
staff
if you're
are
looking
willing
for
to
one.
please wrong.
Except certain times of the day.
Yeah, that's true. It depends on which server you're on, what you're playing. Also, what class, too.
Hello.
No, not this one. Not even close.
Who is this?
This is the Bakash.
Ah, hello.
Hi.
Hey ho.
I will say, whenever Tanya wakes up, we're going to be focused on Ascent to Ascend stuff. So it's good you're here, Ash. It's going to take me a while to get used to that.
Yeah, it's going to take everyone a while.
Once Tanya gets here, we're doing the little, I've been through this before. Skip. We'll still be doing, we'll still be leveling and stuff through, Final Fantasy XIV, but it'll mostly be focused on that.
Has anyone tried winging them on Skype? I mean, Discord?
Does Skype even still exist?
I don't know. I just aged myself.
Probably.
It's being eaten by Microsoft, so there's no telling.
Yes, it still does. I know some people who only use Skype.
Well, come on, ICQ still exists.
It does? Wow.
Okay, it existing and it being relevant are two different things.
Very true.
I mean, floppy disks are still around, but the only people who use that is the most advanced navy in the whole entire planet.
Yeah, we went through Amazon a little bit ago and was like, wow, you can actually still buy floppy disks.
You see, if the computers that are trying to hack you are so much better than the computers that you have, they can't hack you. That's genius.
Well, it's like some people still having Windows 3.1 that they have all their hypercritical data on. They go, it's like, try and hack me. By the way, Zim, I don't see Melty Benui or any of the other Melty folks at the moment.
I mean, they don't live here.
True, but usually your streams have at least one Melty boy.
It's really just the Benui.
Remember, with his vibrant and deadly top energy.
Most of the time, it's just me here. This is rare to have this many people in the voice call.
Well, it's nice to be able to chat and hang out a bit.
Oh,
Especially when I'm
people.
waiting on hospital news.
I hope everything's okay.
Well, I went to visit my father a couple days ago. Left Thursday. Saturday afternoon, apparently he got rushed to hospital not only with COVID but pneumonia. So that was lovely.
Oof. I have
Yeah,
had
pneumonia is
pneumonia a
no
few
good.
times. Hell, I was born
Of
with
course.
pneumonia.
So just feeling a wee bit of the guilties over that. Like perfect timing. Hey, I leave. A day later. Oh, he's got the plague and pneumonia. Like great.
Yeah, my first time. I mean, aside from when I was first born and had pneumonia, uh, the first time that I got pneumonia that I actually was aware of life itself was when I was an adult, and I just thought it was a normal illness, and doctors are
Where are you heading
expensive
down
as
to?
hell. Spear of the Fearless.
Okay, you're doing your quest, I think.
I think so.
Yeah, it's a class quest.
Yep. Okay. That would be
I
why. I'm gonna go
just saw it was
seems,
here, so I decided to go here first
seems good. I
before
will wait for you
returning to
here.
town. But yeah, I tried to fight through it, and honestly, I think the only reason I'm alive still is because my roommate at the time was she was training to be a registered nurse, and realized that something was very, very wrong. I wound up having to
You
be
must have been really
hospitalized
bad
for a
off
few
then.
days.
Yeah, well, my dad's 84, so it's like, well,
That's
COVID
really
alone is
bad.
enough to
Yeah.
do something, but it's like COVID and pneumonia. Come on, like give him a
Yeah,
fighting chance here.
If we're still doing the round table thing, can we have a different topic?
Sure.
You're gonna want to head over here. If you open your map up, hit M. You're gonna want to head over here to me. We're gonna want to touch this crystal. That way we can teleport between here and town. Speed things up a little.
Yay,
Oh.
walking simulator.
Well, if you hit the one on the far left of your hotbar next to the crystal, it lets you speed up for 20 seconds.
Ah,
Yes, the sprint
20
button.
seconds every minute. Why?
I don't know, but it does help some.
I've seen a few people use the sprint button in combat to get out of AoEs.
Yeah.
Alternatively, give us a dodge button.
Go ahead and head this way.
All right, Glory. Thanks so much for coming by. I hope you have a fantastic night.
Damn it.
What?
Final Fantasy XIV is crashing again.
Oh yeah, it's done that to me multiple times.
I mean, from a bug that's
Goes this
apparently been
way.
in the game from the beginning.
I don't know what bugs cause the crashes because they're most of the time they are in Japanese, not English. And I don't exactly have those characters on my keyboard to type them in to do a Google search.
What?
Most of the time when I get a bug or a crash or something, it pops up with something in Japanese, and I don't have the kanji, I think they're called.
Hiragana, katakana, and kanji. There's 3 different.
Whatever they're called, I don't have those on my keyboard. So I cannot type them into... I cannot type them into Google.
Google image translation.
Yeah, I suppose that is an option. Google Translate.
That thing saved me in Poland.
Google Translate saved me on my old security job because the janitors only spoke Spanish for most of them. They had, I think, one janitor that spoke English. So there were multiple times where I would pull out my phone on the job and type in what I'm trying to tell them, and then have them talk into my phone to translate. It was not an ideal situation, but at least we have the technology to overcome it. Unlike just, 10 years ago, we didn't have that kind of stuff. All right.
Down this way.
I will just follow you.
Pet, 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 pet. And we'll be able to do our level 10 class quest now, too. Yeah, I was worried about that. Yeah, this is one of the parts that comes in really handy. Once you're 10 levels above these guys, they just ignore you.
Yeah. Well, at least they're on the hunting log for me.
Yes. So they are worth stuff.
And they're no longer worth stuff, so they don't bother me.
You did level up, though.
Don't bother me!
So you have chosen Death Water Sprite Coon.
Although, what does Strikes on don't usually attack you?
They are paired up with the Bog Yarzons.
Yeah, so the when the Bog Yarzons attack us, they get dragged in.
I will say it's a neat mechanic about where the enemies attack in groups.
You can see if you look.
I've noticed.
There'll be little lines connecting them, little yellow lines. That will tell you if they're going to attack together or not.
Yeah, I've noticed that. It's a neat mechanic. Would rather not have, everything attacking and bothering me when I'm just trying to go collect stuff, but
again, that's one of the mechanic. Right this way. Right. That's one of the things that will be nice since we're leveling. In case they respawn.
Ah. Why would they respawn this fast?
They respawn within usually about 45 seconds to a minute.
Why?
In case other people are coming through.
I guess.
Dude, it's the same thing in WoW and Guild Wars 2, more like.
Yeah. WoW does it especially. It's like every 30 seconds they respawn. But in there, you usually have a lot more enemies. Like, go here and kill 5 of these guys this way.
Ah, yes.
Mm.
World of Warcraft and its miraculous headless zebras.
Mm.
Right over here.
They're on the hunting log.
You're on the hunting log, you die.
Jed, thank you for putting up with the ads. I really appreciate it. They really help out the channel a lot. I really need
New
to
armor.
remember to start running those when I do Stream Raiders. I keep forgetting. I apologize. But I also blame Kur.
Wait, what?
It's all your fault, Cole.
What did I do?
You know what you've done.
You dragged me into this game.
I have
Again.
no regrets about that. Okay, so we gotta head on over this way. We have to go get egg.
Yeah. An egg I'm not going to be allowed to keep.
You might be able to ask for some breakfast.
You do find eggs if you kill certain enemies. Granted, you can't eat them, but still.
I'm going right over here too.
Yeah, I suppose at least I had eggs today. A friend of mine pointed out how some ways to cook eggs in the microwave. I have been happy.
Mm. Yeah, I know at least of a way to scramble them in the microwave.
Well, I mean, the way I like eggs best is scrambled with cheese, so.
Hmm. Yes, cheese.
Let's
Everything
find an
with
egg.
My favorite
have here.
way to have eggs is a training montage.
What?
What is that?
Yeah, like Rocky,
Sorry,
when
I
he's
have
just
eyes on the
drinking
curve.
eggs.
The Rocky way is just to have them straight out of the shell.
Ugh.
Yeah, and a training montage. Don't forget that part.
I mean, I could have them straight out of the shell,
Run.
but I like them with a bit of salt, a bit of pepper, and of course cheese.
Hmm.
Training montage is only neat.
Somebody go call Tanya.
That's what I've been saying. I can't do it because I'm driving.
Moriarty.
But I hope that.
Sorry, what?
Go call Tanya.
What's their number?
Call them on
On
Discord.
Discord.
Oh, okay.
Hey.
Sure, let me pull them up. Where are they? Such a long list. Nope.
They were
Yeah, just
supposed
call
to.
a bunch of times, and like half an hour later,
just
they'll
joined.
wake up and realize you called them.
Who just joined?
It was me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gonna go call.
This way.
Where are you going?
Just going around this way to get in. Only like a second more.
That was a lot more than a second.
Do. New gear, yay! I am a little robe.
So where are we going now?
We're gonna be heading down this way. Once you are ready.
Neon, I like all kinds of pizza.
Even some with pineapple?
Yes.
Excellent.
Boneless pizza.
Preferably, every pizza shouldn't be boneless. Yes.
You'd think so, but it's not.
What?
I've been to a place where bones in your food was like not so much optional, but you had to ask them to take them out.
Alright, time for Stream Raiders.
Oh. Extreme Raiders run an ad. God fucking.
I'm already running an ad.
Right. Though, that's I wouldn't regret. Something. Could you think there's an option to disable ads playing whilst the stream's going in the corner?
Wait,
that
what?
wouldn't really make that much difference. There's some ads that it's whilst you can still see the stream in the corner of the screen, it takes up the full screen. It basically moves chat down a bit to make room for a tiny window of the stream.
Yeah, that's how they've started doing it. I really wish that they would just let us, like, at least let people have both the ad audio and the stream audio going. I feel like a lot more people would be okay with ads then.
I guess.
Probably not everyone, but I think more would be because that's the biggest complaint that I've seen about ads is when they are interrupting your view of the stream.
I am back. I have called twice and no answer. They're probably out pretty hard since they were already basically falling asleep. A 30-minute nap when you're that tired is not gonna. It's not gonna be 30 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay, I guess I'm trying.
That's why I just never take naps.
Good man.
Hmm. I am the
The
mysterious,
last thing I need
levitating
is more
lava
death
foe.
practice.
More death practice. Are you dying?
Death practice.
Oh, he's sleeping. I got you.
Yeah, death practice.
The dog on the floor, everybody do the dinosaur.
If we don't get Tanya here, we can probably still, like, do everything.
Yep.
She's on her way.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
I have her actual phone number, so.
Oh.
Alright. What are we doing here, Kur?
Alright, let's head in. We have people to rescue.
Why were these people in here in the first place?
So they were going to give this ruin back to the forest and the elementals, and they were attacked by something.
Ah.
They weren't really expecting that much to be dangerous here, and they got ambushed by something that they weren't expecting. Normally they would be sending their best soldiers here to deal with this, but
Why aren't they
right now
sending their best soldiers?
The issue is right now they're dealing with an Ixol incursion. So they're all out at the moment. So they're short on manpower, so they asked us to do it.
Oh,
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, it kind of feels like most of them aren't actually in danger. It just kind of just sitting here. What's up?
No, that's someone talking in the background.
We're hearing it, so.
No, I know. He said no, don't worry. Have a good one.
Jed, I am not. I am fat and ugly. The narrator said so.
You are not.
We got everyone.
Zumi is in fact fat and ugly.
There, does that help? Voice mod.
Uh-huh.
Down this way.
Injured hearer. Well, clearly they did not hear very well if they missed the fact that the monsters were coming in.
A healer is someone who can speak with the elementals. So they're the ones who speak and interpret the
And
elementals'
Stanley
wills so they can
died
decide what to
again.
do. They're extremely important to Gardenian society.
Yes, I am strong enough to withstand that because I can simply walk behind you.
Unlike the revolutionary technology of strafing.
And no clip.
Yeah, that too. Alright, so
Wait,
let's
we're
go ahead and get
supposed
this.
to be dodging?
Generally, yes.
I'm here, I'm awake, I almost died.
What?
Only almost?
Stop dying, Necromancer.
No, when freaking Zim called me, that woke me up. I tried
We
to
have
get to
not
the
received
phone.
orders to die yet.
I tried to get to the phone, but I was still bleary-eyed.
Did you fall out of your bed?
I didn't fall out so much as sideways because I tried to save it.
Save the phone.
I mean, the
Sorry,
phone
deck
is
save
more
to get-
valuable
to exit
than
the mattress.
human life, so that makes sense.
No, see. I was trying to get over to the phone. As I'm trying to recover my balance, I end up just kind of doing a cartoon character bit across the room, smacking into the chair.
And that's, my friends, is what you call a failed deck save.
No, no, you don't understand. I rolled a 1, and then I rolled a 1 on the save.
Okay, where am I going now, Kur?
Alright, give me 1 second. I just got out of it. Let me send
Alright.
you, where are you? Did you
I'm
already walk
outside.
out?
I turned it in.
Oh, I'm coming to you. I just got done.
Alright. So, Moriarty, lead this thing.
Yep. Alright, so this is going to be our little town hall.
I'll be right back. I'm going to get more water, but I'm still listening.
Okay.
I'm here.
We have everyone here. Tanya's in the call. Give me 1 second.
My body is physically present. I don't know about the rest of me.
Okay. Well, so for the Sunday game that we've had going, for all who are not aware, I was planning on stepping down as DM, and then Nianovec here was planning on stepping up as DM. And for the purposes of preparing Nianovec, as well as for everyone being able to sit down, talk, and say some of the things they don't like about the campaign, some things that we can change, some things that Nianovec can keep in mind moving forward. As well, just a big recap for Nianovec, because there are some things that even I as DM am not fully cohesive on, simply because I picked it up from another DM, and because we're like 3 DMs down the line now.
Or 4. Or 5 if you count the original.
For the purposes of not completely losing the story and trying to keep things on track.
Technically speaking, I believe Neon would be our 7th DM for this Sunday group.
Okay, Jesus. So,
yeah, well, we need to maintain the Guller field. I'm sorry.
No.
We are the God Slayers.
Let's see. We had. So we started with what's her face?
Okay, well, here I'm just gonna cut you all off. How many DMs we had is not important. The fact of the matter is there's been at least 3, and that's already a lot to keep track of. So I would
Doesn't
like
matter how many psychers, we just need to keep the warp drive running.
Exactly. So,
Hi there,
what I'd
Rishella.
like to start with, I would like to start with with the players. I would like each of you to kind of all together, please bring us through from the beginning what your characters have been through. Like what happened first, and then just go from there so that we know what has happened. Because again, even I as DM do not know the full story. You as the players would probably have a more cohesive view of the story from your own, like from what you guys have played through. So starting with as far back as you remember, as close to session 1 as you can remember, what happened in this campaign?
We woke up on a beach.
Alright, so you all started by waking up on a beach. What happened next?
But I was not there yet.
Timber
I
was
wasn't
not
there
yet
yet
there.
either.
A few players were not yet there.
It was just as far as those left over from who was there at the beginning. I think it's just Tanya and I.
Okay, so starting with just Zim and Tanya, give us, between the two of you, start giving us the story up until we start getting new players, and then they can join in from their recollection of the story thus far.
Okay, so we started off on a beach. And actually, real quick, no, I'll just put this in the same playlist as I'll put it in multiple playlists. Anyways, so we woke up on a beach. There was a ruined ship right next to us. We were not on that ship, but we found the captain's logs. He locked everybody in the brig. Then he went onto the island and was trying to find stuff. And he was trying to find a
for the key to...
Oh, yeah. Toshime, you were part of the original group. I don't know why you did. I apologize,
Go ahead.
Toshime.
Oshime,
It's a long
silent,
time ago.
but deadly.
That should be suitable punishment.
Alright. Right now, Zim, I would once we accept this quest real quick, I would recommend going around the town, getting all the crystals, and then head to your guild and get your level 10 quest.
Okay. So, anyways, yeah, he was looking for the key to the Tower of Heaven, or one of the Towers of Heaven.
Just quick, I'm gonna restart my PC.
Okay.
Yeah.
I swear to all that is holy and
Actually.
sacred, I am going to annihilate somebody.
Annihilate him, he's restoring his PC.
I'm trying to get Final Fantasy 14 to work, and I need to restart my PC to try something.
See, Zen, that's the spirit. You have to have
can't
that
do
killer
that later?
instinct.
Well, we're not to the part where I'm at yet, so it won't take that long.
Well, yeah, you need to pay attention.
This is history class.
Eventually.
Oh. So, where I crashed into the chair while doing my Three Stooges bit, yeah, that's bruising.
Oh, I'm aware my clothes were taken. I chose to ignore it, Rachella.
Clothes were taken.
Okay. He was trying to find a key to the Tower of Heaven. The Towers of Heaven were something that everybody was aware of, and basically if you go up to the top of enough of them, you become a god.
Or so they say.
He's working in the stand.
Or so they say.
Or so they say. Otherwise, You got the Mardins. They are the Mardin twins. They are the leaders of the Mardin Talkie and Talkie network, which is currently very small. They want to become gods in order to expand the reach of the Mardin Talkie and Talkie network. But currently it does exist in random spots throughout the world. The world is primarily just a big ocean with a few random-sized islands throughout it. Otherwise, the Towers of Heaven have different requirements for each, based on which deity is at the top of it and waiting for somebody to reach them. Usually, from what I understand, they're meant to be relevant to said deity at the top. The challenges inside the tower, as well as the challenges for getting the key to it.
Hey, Zim.
What?
He rebooted.
I'm aware he rebooted. I'm going on without him. He can listen to the goddamn VOD. So, we fought some wolves on that first island. The twins tried to make one their pet. It was killed anyways. It was very rude. I forget who did it. I think it was Gar, which is Toshime's character. But I could be wrong. What?
Pause real
Nope,
quick.
I didn't.
Neanovic, are you taking notes?
Yup. Towers of Heaven have different requirements, and each, depending on their deity, as well as a challenge to get the key, it is a reflection of the deity.
Okay, good. I just need to make sure you're paying attention because this is all mostly for you. So if you're not paying attention, it's all for naught. Anyways, proceed.
The deities are basically bored and decided to make these towers to have other people do their job for them as deities. They don't want to be, they don't want to do the work of a deity anymore. At least that's what was explained to me by Luke, who was the semi-original DM for this. You know how the complicated history with DMs with this game have been. So, we went to the top of the first Tower of Heaven, got some stuff that I don't really, I didn't pay attention to it much because it wasn't relevant to the twins, so they didn't pay attention to it. And that's just kind of something that I do as a player for, you know, can't metagame if I'm legitimately not paying attention to what it does if it's not something that they're interested in. Then we made it to back to the main town, or we made it to the main town. We repaired the ship. So the first island the ship was on, we managed to get enough to hobble it along to the next island, which was the island with the tower itself on it, I think, if I remember right. That tower had a so that tower had the island that tower was on had a library, or an abandoned town. Not many clues as to what happened to the people there, but it did have a kind of semi-automaton quadruped thing called the librarian, who we convinced to we convinced them to come with us by taking all of the books with us instead of leaving everything on this decrepit island.
They were bound to the library.
Yeah.
So if we took the library with us, they were bound to follow.
Exactly. And the twins wanted him as a friend. Well, more they wanted him as a steed for going into combat on. But, anyways, we... from there, we explored the island a bit, found a whale carcass, scavenged some materials from it, including its bones. The bones have now been mounted onto the ship as quote-unquote armor? Question mark?
Structural bracing and, embellishment, decoration.
We could go to ramming speed and have a buffer before it actually hits our ship.
We were given a ship which had some skeletons we were supposed to throw away, but we kept them. Then we ran into a super special librarian thing that we were supposed to leave behind, but we kept them. And then we found a whale skeleton that we were supposed to use as... It was supposed to be set dressing, but we kept it.
Yep.
We had to climb down to get the whale and then figure out how to get the boat over.
The moral of the story here, Neon, is anything that you dangle in front of us will either be torn down to its constituent parts, or we will find some way to turn it into a commodity item.
Got it.
Ow, lightning dragon. Ow. As far as the ship goes, it is a barkentine, I believe we settled on.
Yes, because of the fun name.
Yeah.
That's its name, right?
That's the model of ship.
That is the type of ship. I don't know if we've actually settled on a name for the ship.
Oh,
has the new DM able to open the Fantasy Grounds game?
Yes, they have access to that.
I thought it was the...
I thought we were saved on there.
I thought we were calling it the Swole Wind.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
We did call it the Swole Wind.
The Swole Wind.
The ship itself still definitely requires a lot of work. However, Influence has given us magical cannons that fire energy instead of requiring, actual cannonballs. It has also given us a magical chicken door that opens to a realm of chickens. I don't remember the details on that, but basically we can get so many chickens for free from it, and it'll never run out.
5 chickens per day.
5 chickens per day.
It was basically enough to feed your dragon, and if you took more than that, then you would end up getting a chicken battle a la Legend of Zelda.
Yeah.
Where you would not win.
Basically, it was the DM hand-waving the food costs of a growing dragon in a way that if we tried to work our way around it, we would regret it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Neon, the thing that I just DM'd you is a reference for the ship. It is a 3-masted barkentine.
I'll be right back. I gotta use the restroom.
So the Martin twins, during the course of the when we got to the main town, we got some more basic repairs done to the ship. The ship is mostly seaworthy now. It could still use some work, but it's not terrible. Also, Kur, I've turned in the quest, got the next quest for the Lancer Guild, and I guess now I'm heading over to somewhere.
Yep, go ahead and head to go to your quest for your Lancer.
I already did that. Oh, go and do the quest for the Lancer?
Yeah, go and do it. Yep. We can get our quests done while you're talking and everything.
I guess I gotta go to Naked Rock, which is God knows where.
You can double click it and then bring it up on your map and it'll show you where.
Double clicking it is not doing anything. Oh, map. That does not help. Okay, Central Shroud. That helps. How the hell do I teleport to this? Just let
Where do you
me
need to go to?
freaking teleport to this fucking thing!
Any questions, DM?
A few, but I assume there's still more story.
I thought I was supposed to
Central
be
Shroud
able-
is for the main quest.
The one for the Lancer Guild is there as well.
Oh, okay. Just making sure.
I believe this was actually the point in the story when the Geller field began to fail, so we had to cycle out DMs to restore it.
Basically, yes.
As you know, when we're navigating the warp, it's more than a psyker's mind can handle, so we have to replace them as they die.
But a Geller field is maintained by machinery, not by a psyker.
Yes, and what do you think powers the machinery?
I believe it's a astropath that's actually doing it.
I don't even know what you guys are talking about at
Astropath
all.
is a type of psyker.
I don't know the reference, but I will say eventually we'll probably burn out Neon. He's probably already burned out, so that'll be interesting to try and find yet another DM to replace him.
Wait, is this your plan, Zim, to get me into it?
Well, thanks for volunteering. Neon, you've got a replacement for when we burn you out.
Well, if you want to give me advice, I'm always open for it.
I'm already running 3 games.
Oh, yeah. Never mind, Curse. Don't burn yourself out.
So, anyways, we went back to the main. We went on after the first tower to the main town. Got the ship repaired a bit. Did this little tournament thing with some of the villagers to get a piece for the next key to the next tower. Or maybe it was the key for the first tower. It's a little fuzzy on how that worked. Either way, we went over, we completed that tournament. We won. The Martin twins wound up with a gold dragon egg from a influence. That gold dragon is going to grow at an accelerated rate, and the currently it is hatched, and it considers them its papa or papas. And otherwise, we left the main island, came back, we left, did some quests, came back, did some more side quests, did the second tower, and now kind of here we are with, that's mostly the gist of where we're at, I think.
You missed the Wolven Inquisition, the pet bird.
All right.
Actually doing the second tower.
I'm giving a brief overview. If you really want every single detail, then somebody else can give it to you, or you could go watch the freaking VODs.
I mean, he's watched some VODs, but like that's the thing is like I don't know how long this game has been going, and it could be to a point where watching the VODs is ridiculous. But also just
it is not.
The more details, the more details you give him.
On Ascent Ascend, there's 18 almost 3.5 hour games.
Yeah.
That's actually not that bad, actually.
Did we go over the Red Bull games?
Yes, that's what I mentioned, where the Martin twins got their dragon egg from. And I'm also mostly sticking to, primarily relevant stuff. You know, not the side quests as much.
I actually do view the Red Bull thing as slightly relevant.
Well, yeah, that's why I
because
covered
that
it
was
a bit.
That was the episode before I came in.
That was one of the contributing factors towards Rose starting to get worried about which direction her karma was shifting.
And before Timber joined, we didn't have anybody to officially sail the ship.
Yeah, we were kind of
Yep,
just
Timber's the
stumbling
only
around.
one who knows.
I guess I'll ask one of the questions I have right now. What's this main town?
I have no
That
idea if
town?
we have been given a name for this town yet. Or
No,
not.
we haven't.
It's that town.
Yeah, it's just the main town. That's all we know.
It's Tony
Originally, it was
McToneface.
originally it was described as this itty bitty little port town, and now in the island it was on was tiny, and now there's a giant plateau, and yeah.
So it's an island that constantly changes shape and population.
It's not supposed to, but well, that kind of happens when you've had multiple DMs. And the notes being passed along were not very well passed on.
Can I just say that it's a beautiful irony? The whole basis of this game is that the gods are just fed up with their jobs and looking for someone to replace them. And the DM, which is basically God, it keeps fluctuating and it keeps getting juggled around.
Hey, maybe that could be a plot point. Yes,
I will be honest. At this point, I am partially considering maybe bringing in a new DM for each one of the towers. I really don't want to try and find a DM because they are in short supply, but it would be kind of funny in a weird way.
Oh, you thought the gods of this world were tired. No, the gods are just fine. It's the true gods. What's a true god? They're the ones that run everything, even me. Please, I need you to help. Ah!
Here from tabletop image. I'll give you the island map. Do you want me to just put it in Ascent to Ascend?
For the remainder of this reality, the part of Granathea will be played by.
Don't tell me each one of those X's is a tower.
Nope.
Oh, good.
Why are there shadows under the islands like that?
Because it was part of a bigger map.
The Imperial Navy did show up and kind of took over that one town.
The first tower?
Yeah, the tower. They went out. They're going after the tower.
Yes,
And the town.
And we spent some time in a brig.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and here's the first map that we had. That big X is the island that we started at.
And that's Main Town Island, right?
No, Main Town is the lower one. The one that looks like it has a tail on it.
The Dinosaur Island.
Mm-hmm.
Almost looks like an unknown.
I'll have you know his
Yeah,
name was
the
Cave
Pokemon.
Johnson.
Oh no.
Tunnel Jackson.
Tunnel Jackson, yeah.
I love him, and he will definitely stay.
Hey, you don't get to correct me. You don't get to correct me. You're not God.
Tunnel Jackson here. I have now become God, and I am running everything. That's right, everything. The very ground that you walk upon, you know how it's divided into 5-foot squares? I did that. I thought it was more efficient for you people to know where you're standing and to have a proper antithetical grid.
I think I can do that, but I can try.
I did it all in the name of science. Also, you don't have to do this voice. Also, you don't have to do this voice. I will be doing Tunnel Jackson. Forever.
So when
Eternity.
I back, I just invite
Neon, you are
Citra.
robot.
Disconnect and reconnect, Neon.
Is it fixed?
I don't know.
Well, talk some more.
Sounds like it.
Hello, hello.
Okay.
Yes,
it is
hello.
fixed.
Okay, you're good.
Alright, sorry. When I thought you said you were a robot, I thought you were like going like, okay, now act like a robot on the spot. Show us that voice acting.
Nope.
Pop quiz.
Though you did a great job of showing us voice acting of you being a robot.
And here, I'll explain this part of the map. The middle island out of the three is where we started, where we found the boat. After we got the sails and everything for the boat, we tried sailing, found out that nobody knew how to sail, so we got dragged by the current to the upper island. That's where the first tower was. And then after that, we got timber and went down to that third island, and that's where the town was.
Mm-hmm. And the town has a tower on it, right?
Nope. The
Okay.
tower is
The island.
The island
farther
has...
in on the island.
Yeah. Like I said, the third island became much bigger than it was originally. And
Maybe-
suddenly had a
yeah.
tower.
So it didn't have a tower at first, but now it has a tower.
Moriarty decided to put a tower there instead of giving us a new island and map.
No, yeah, because I decided to like add some of my own crap. I'll be fully honest.
So
I don't mind.
So I should make this island even bigger in preparation.
Absolutely no.
Part of the fun of it's just the amount of chaos.
We were wanting to have a seafaring adventure. We do not want to be on the same island for the rest of the campaign.
I'm sorry,
You know-
the island
you
has
know-
turned into... the ocean has cleared up, and now we're on an island with no water.
So the thing.
Okay. You know, there's no reason we can't be an airship.
The thing that was going on there was I wanted to put a plot point forward that Moriarty was going to go off and he was going to navigate some of the things so that like you guys would have like a map going forward so you could then like start to choose where you go. And because I didn't want it just be like the next day Moriarty's back, I was like there's some time in between for you guys to do like, you know, arcs for your characters and like, you know, do some of your own stuff. And that didn't really happen as I expected, and I kind of at the same time wanted them to be able to continue the story a little bit, so I was like, okay, well, I'll put a tower here that was kind of just hidden and not on the map of other towers, because there's a mountain here, so why not? Just decided to have some fun with it, and I hope it was fun at least. I know that one of the battles in there was kind of grindy, and I didn't like it personally, simply because it just took so long, and I thought it would be more fun, but it wasn't, and I feel bad about it.
It didn't help that the influence.
Yeah. Yeah, I literally shut down some basic influences that was just regen the players, and I was like, no, this has been going not the players, but the
monsters.
Yeah, the monsters.
Hey, look, you get scanned. I'm not gonna let that happen.
Yeah.
Yeah. Again, that's another important thing right there. Is the way that we react to things sometimes. You were just supposed to get scanned and then that would move us to the next stage, but we didn't know that, so we well, like the dog that doesn't know the vet's trying to help.
And the first tower was Vivi's tower.
I assume that's a person, not a DM. I mean, a god.
That's one of the gods, yeah.
Yeah.
I sent you the list of things that the previous DM sent me. It should have the list of the original gods. I will state Agma was not originally on the list, and I decided to add him because I thought he was cool. Also, I just added a tower.
We never were really given a list of the gods anyways, so, well, I guess we were, but
right.
I am okay with
Yeah.
you doing whatever you want on that.
Yeah. Agma's the god of knowledge. Vivi is the god of who knows.
I do have a couple items from the donation goal.
Vivi is a god of something. Kind of as I said, it was.
Vivi was a god of like law and order or something.
Something like that. Like I said, I do have a document that was given to me by the previous DM that does have some of that vital information on it.
Mm-hmm.
But it's just very scarce vital information. Like, I know where the towers are, I know what the map is, I know what some of the gods are, and outside of that, it's like, there's a very general framework.
And none of us players really know any of that information. So whatever you want to do, it's all up to you.
Yeah, like, as I've said, I personally went off the script a little bit in places where I thought it would be better. Wouldn't have Tunnel Jackson otherwise.
But yeah. Neon, I am going to say, I know you love your homebrew stuff. Let's try and not put too much in, please.
What do you mean?
You know exactly what the fuck I mean.
And here comes the Space Marines.
But I already made them. It took forever.
Don't care.
We do kind of already have the Wolven Inquisition, which is already like a kind of Warhammery thing that I'm trying to. I'm like, they're powerful. I'm trying to make them powerful and like an actual threat, but also at the same time not so powerful that the party probably could never kill them.
He's
or,
just like
deal with them.
No, I mean I made. Sorry, continue.
It wasn't the DM that said Space Marines. It was me.
Yeah. No. I finished all the Wolven units.
I'm okay with some homebrew stuff. I'm just saying,
As long as it
especially
doesn't-
for new mechanics and such.
Oh, never.
Okay.
Okay.
Because that is one thing that I have run into before, where DMs are like, yeah, I'm going to add this new mechanic and not explain how it works. Also, I have decided to add it right when I'm going to use it and not tell anybody that that's a thing.
Hey, I gave you guys ample warning about that mechanic, and I thought I gave a pretty good explanation.
Yours wasn't too bad. I'm just speaking in general, what I've seen in the past.
Yeah.
Oh, gotcha.
My general rule for myself is that whatever I add to the game, the player shouldn't have to learn new rules to handle it, unless it requires new rules. Like if you guys want to make this expanding fort that, for some reason,
The two big mechanics that I added to try and make things interesting and unique were traversal checks, which was basically as you're going along, you can use different skills besides just nature to like help you traverse certain things in different creative ways.
a skill challenge essentially. Yeah.
Well, it wasn't a skill challenge, but it was more of a, you have this obstacle, you pick a skill and convince me that you can use that skill to overcome this obstacle, and I'll let you roll it. And depending on how well you roll it, will basically determine how well you do on it.
Hey Zim, you can use teleport to the stone. You don't have to walk all the way back.
Teleporting requires money.
Yeah, that's
fair.
Teleporting is also really dangerous in this world, given that it's almost all ocean.
He's talking about in game. I'm doing Final Fantasy 14
and
still.
And if you're attuned to the giant crystalline town, you can use the return to town.
Nice. So the kingdom of Maintownton is under siege, if I understand correctly.
Well, it's more been completely conquered already.
Oh.
And belongs to the Wolven
The Wolven
Inquisition.
were firing over the town at something in the forest.
Yeah, we don't know what's up with that.
Yeah, we're trying to find out what's going on. We just saw the cannons go off.
We cannot hear you, Timber.
Timber visor.
Yeah, lift your helmet again.
How about now?
That's better.
There we go. You
All right,
really
so,
got to get that hinge fixed, Timber. Your helmet keeps falling, and then we can never understand you.
We're playing an ocean game. I have to keep this thing well oiled, otherwise it doesn't work.
Yes, but can't you put a latch on it or something?
Well, it rusts.
He has a point.
Yes, he does. Anyways.
But yeah, the Wolven Inquisition took over that one town, whatever town it was.
Maintownton.
They were bombarding something. Maintownton.
This offends me on a storyteller basis.
They also looted the jewelry store for all their diamonds and stuff. And oh yeah, there's the Lieutenant Admiral guy who's trying to steal Temple. He was trying to steal the fact that Temple took one of the towers and he didn't, so he's trying to take credit for that.
Neon, please give us an actual name for this town. And soon.
Other than Maintownton?
Maintownton.
As long as that is the name of it, but do not keep that the actual main town. We want to go on adventures, not sit here for the rest of eternity.
I will state if I'm going to be going back to being a player, Moriarty will return, and he will return with some cartography. Pardon?
What do you mean if? You're not getting a choice in this. You are becoming player.
That was an if-then statement. He's turning into a computer. That's all.
A player that suspiciously disappears every time Tunnel Jackson appears.
Kur, I believe where we want to go is below us.
I'm not being a conspiracy theorist. I'm just saying we've never seen them both at the same time.
Yeah. But I assume eventually you guys are going to leave Maintownton behind and aren't going to go back to it.
Eventually, yes. We will
Yeah,
have
we're trying not to get in a gunfight with the big Imperial Navy ships with all ragtag little bulky ship.
And there is the cove.
And we also have 6 regular cannons.
Yeah, I'll write that down. What age is the dragon right now?
That's convenient.
Great question. No idea. It has been...
I'm making... Well, executive decision, it's wormling right now.
Works for me. It is, Influence did decide that it would grow at a rapid pace. So, we're not having to wait literal many, many years to actually have it be relevant, but, yeah.
Well, your level of wormling's pretty decent, especially a gold dragon one.
Lawful good. Or no, neutral guy.
And eventually it will be the mount that the Martin twins ride into every battle. Oh, also we have a hellhound that is a friend.
And a goose.
He does not have a name. Yes, there is a goose as well. That is Gar's friend. The
Take
goose
notes,
fights for.
this is especially important.
The goose fights for dominance with Timber on a regular basis, and Timber usually loses.
Okay, it's a super goose.
No, it's a normal goose.
No, it's no, it's a regular
It
goose.
only exists because of its color.
I keep telling you that there's an ancient evil contained within that thing. We need to kill it while we still can.
Yeah, and take it from the druid. That goose is unnatural.
Is that something you've said in character before?
I've been told that if I don't protect it, that it's a level 1 goose, it will die.
The Martin twins have tried to eliminate it, and they wanted food. They wanted to eat it, and Gar stopped them. I am pretty sure that the goose is actually talking to Gar to tell him to protect it. Probably a ploy that the goose is using to keep its cover intact.
One moment.
I'm only questioning if Gar's supposed to be protecting it. Why is it with Temple?
Because Timber
Good
has not
question.
threatened it so far.
Some important things as well to consider. There, at least in my opinion, I usually find that the character sort of arcs and their stories, I kind of personally like to focus on those more because to me that's what's more interesting. So some information there. I know Tanya has been working to slowly better herself to eventually revive her dead dad. Who she has following her around as like a shade.
Right. Neon was never briefed on the checks and balances with the unseen servant versus the skeletons thing.
So that's something you'll want to tell him about. I'll let you go into detail with that with him personally, but that's one of the things that most of the party, I think, should be aware of is that she's working to revive her dead dad. She also has a thing with carnivores. I'll let her explain that more with you in DMs. Gar is kind of just an old boy. There hasn't been too much that has happened with him. He had some dwarves that he was friends with, and they were looking for a dwarven hold, which is what led them to the tower because they thought the tower was a dwarven hold, and it is not, or at least it's not a proper one. I can go more into detail about that. But Gar also, like, he came from Knowles, and most recently, a plot point I was putting in was that there seems to be some shelling from the Wolven into a field that is near Gar's original home. Most characters here are not from these isles. I think Gar is one of the few exceptions, and I don't know if there was another exception to that or not.
Possibly Tiberius. I have no idea.
Right.
Or at least
Tiberius,
that's just
that'll need to be.
That's just where around. It's just around where Tiberius joined, but I honestly don't know.
It'll need to be something you want to go over about your backstory with Tiberius. The majority of characters here, though, found themselves here.
Actually
They
have a
didn't
backstory.
originally live here. Well, I mean, they also have a backstory, but like the majority of characters for this found themselves here instead of having lived here. Gar's the only one who's actually lived here for his life.
Right.
Let's see. So Gar has these friendly dwarves which are still looking for a hold, and they're in the tavern. I even actually gave those dwarves stats for if the characters brought them with, because I thought the characters would have brought them with to the tower, but they did not. But the dwarves do have stats for if they ever get included into combat. There's also some of Garm's family that I decided to stat up just in case. I've not statted Tanya's dead father yet because I'm pretty sure he'll just be following undead rules. Like basic skeletons, basic whatever she can res.
Until someone uses banishment.
Yep.
If you banish my dad, I will eat you. I
Some
will find a
of-
way to turn you into a vegetable, and then I will eat you.
Some of
Sorry
the
to have to tell you this,
What
but
level are you guys right now, by the way? I'm just curious.
I think they're like level
6.
6.
6.
They're not that far along.
Yeah.
But let's see. So there are a lot of there's some Wolven that are being statted out for when and if you decide to fight them. Timber's whole backstory I know is that he was stabbed by a traitor who was this massive Wolven, and he woke up here instead of dying, presumably. But he also was given orders to take these towers for the Wolven Empire. Or either he's given those orders or he just assumed those orders. Either way, that has kind of been his driving force, is that he is a stark loyalist, probably because I think that he was just purely raised as one. And he has like failed the Empress several times, and he's basically on his last failure before he gets executed, I think.
I remember the thing that we talked about with the redemption with him, the death and redemption thing.
Not quite.
Something that we had discussed was that yeah, he's on his last strike, so the little star brand thing is almost full. If at any point in time he dies and then gets revivified, resurrected, whatever, if he comes back from being technically dead, I mean, not like if you get dropped to 1 hit point kind of thing, but actually like
you died.
Yeah,
you
actual
died, and we brought you back.
Then one of the 4 arms of the star will vanish. So if he manages to fight all the way to the death 4 times, defending his friend and defending his friends and defending his nation or whatever, then he's fully redeemed himself.
Yeah, and at least all Wolven have at least one more.
Timber, your visor again.
So I'm going through a hilly area. Yeah, all Wolven at least have one of these Malkings.
Any questions so far?
So I heard the Gar's the only one who's from here. Does that mean everyone else has come from another planet, or that they're from another part of this world?
Another realm, possibly?
Another plane, another part of this world, potentially. Nobody knows where this is. What they know is that this place was potentially made by the gods to play this game, more or less. And it's been going on...
Really track that.
It's been going on long enough that some civilizations have popped up from people who maybe just didn't play the game. It's hard.
That has definitely not been explained to us at all. As far as I am aware, we are all from this world. It's just different parts of it, and we all kind of got teleported to that first island. And we're kind of going with it.
Oof.
I'll just wrap it up as nobody really knows. There is no answer for that, and I don't believe any answer has been properly given. So Play with that
Up
as
to
you.
you.
Well, given
Yep.
I've already planned some stuff, I certainly know the answer I'm going with.
Gotcha.
Oh, the Emperor!
Empress.
Kaiser.
That being said, some of the things that have already kind of come to be is that some of the Wolven Imperium ships have made their way here one way or another. How they have done that is still unclear, and they still seem to be operating in a military and organized fashion.
They just entered another demiplane, then they kept swapping out DMs until they navigated between dimensions.
Yeah, kind of just like how they do it in Warhammer.
Who ran out of DMs first?
Well, we're currently on number 7.
They went through DM hell to travel through the plane in their massive iron ships.
They had to find one who didn't know how to.
Woven magic
planeswalk
works
them.
kind of like WoW energy, anyways. They just believed that they could.
Oh god,
and the gods were afraid to tell them they couldn't.
So
The
what
power
you're
of
saying
faith
is
very strong.
So you're saying the Wolven are orcs.
Kill them. Kill them now. Don't let them breed.
Too late for that.
Timber, no.
Timber's dead.
What's the battle tactics? And they don't stop coming, and they don't stop coming, and they don't stop coming, and they don't stop coming.
So they're a combination between the Empire, orcs, and Skaven. Got it.
Right down this way.
And that was also another little plot point I put in was the Imperium found their way here, and the only reason that Timber is not probably rejoining the Imperium directly or even operating with them is because there was a character who wanted to betray Timber and take his glory for his own because Timber had captured one of the towers, presumably. The Tower of Viviana or whatever it is.
Vivi.
Mm-hmm.
The Tower of Vivi, Timber had a request that he could hang his banner on that tower and claim it for the Empress. And after Vivi had kind of given out her boons, she agreed to do that for Timber. And so currently it is Timber's glory that he has taken this tower. And there is like an admiral of sorts. It's not like, the head admiral, but it's like one of the
Lieutenant
admirals.
Admiral.
Yeah, something like that. They're high in the command chain, but not the top dog, who wants to steal Timber's glory for himself.
Yeah,
and because he's pissed off that a screw up like Timber managed to one up him.
And as it is currently stood, the current Wolven that are in kind of like the main town area haven't seemed to react to Timber yet. So I've kind of left it ambiguous as to maybe
Time
they
for
know and
Stream
they're just
Raiders,
not
Kur.
making.
Okay, I'll wait for you.
So who's that person Timber fought who wasn't even hurt after being run through? Or does he not know?
Timbo does not really know who he was. He just knew that the evidence of his uniform would be that of a powerful knight.
Got it.
So that's what's going on with Timber, and also a little additional thing that was added in there. The party was initially captured and even interrogated about the tower. They escaped because Moriarty knows invisibility.
I almost got killed.
Yeah, he almost went to challenge the sort of top dog, and I'm gonna be honest, that guy has some stats. He's statted up. He's not a normal Wolven infantry. He's there for a reason, because I definitely look at the Wolven like military status and think you don't get to a high position without beating the shit out of something big. Like, if you're higher in command, you have shown that you can kill shit.
The fact that he's in high command means he's hard as nails.
It means that he's not only good at combat, but that he's smart, and that he'll probably use his abilities, not sparingly. As like, so, I don't have every enemy use every ability all the time, because that's kind of just boring. But you know, some of the bigger enemies, some enemies that have, you know, legendary abilities, you know, they're gonna whip them out.
Yeah, what's the point of putting legendary abilities in the stat block if you're not going to use them?
Exactly.
The guys
I paid for the stat block, I'm going to use the stat.
not to use them.
I paid for the stat block, I'm going to use the stat block.
Exactly. Anyways, so yeah, that would not have been an easy fight. You're level 6, and he is considerably higher. I'm not going to say which level in particular.
I was level 4 at the time.
Mostly because I don't even know what the CR necessarily is, but I know it's not easy. So yeah, so that was a little thing that happened. That was a plot point that I have seeded that should hopefully at some point come back.
We have the cove to hide our ship.
Yeah, the place we're hiding is literally...
Oh my god.
Now you're robot Timber.
Robot Timber.
Ship's too big.
Yeah. There was a thing where they now have a cove. Because they found out about this betrayal, they took the time to find a cove that was previously taken over by pirates. It was at this point that 2 new members joined the party, one of which I'm not even certain is still playing, because he was a pirate and
he is being removed.
Okay.
I'm sorry, but at this point he has not shown up, and yeah.
I know, he's not shown up a lot. I tried to give him an out because he was like, oh yeah, I'll be one of the pirates, and then I'll join the party. And I was like, okay, sure. Like, and I'll try to give you a way that you can do that and still join up with the party. And then even after you joined the party, he was really antagonistic. And like, you know, I want you to be part of the party, dude. You're not still a pirate. Yeah.
We let the captain of the pirates go.
I think you killed the captain specifically, but like you let the other pirates go.
The first mate.
You let You let the pirates go with Moriarty, to be his crew as he did cartography, which may or may not be turning out horribly. By the way,
we
like,
also
I can't
have
promise that won't be a thing.
We do have a couple of. We got a few kobolds on our ship as part of our crew.
When the Imperium Navy first made themselves aware, the party was under attack by kobold pirates who literally had, like, essentially a ship that was entirely just driftwood that was punched together and somehow seaworthy. They were attacked by kobolds who they were easily taking out, and then the Imperium Navy just came and destroyed it and was like, hey guys, what's up?
And against all odds, some of the kobolds survived.
Like a destroyer going against a little, like a Somali pirate boat. That's basically what happened.
And against all odds, some of the kobolds survived. And then Rose tried to reason with them and realized that all they like is shiny. You don't need to appeal to their cunning instinct. There really isn't one there.
The reason why they survived is because I was throwing them on our ship.
Yeah.
You're saving them for later.
Throwing them or dragging them or however they wound up here.
Here you go.
Hook shotting them.
I have tickets.
So yeah, it wasn't a rescue operation. It was grocery shopping.
But yeah, the Martin twins, their only real goal on all this is they want to make they want to kind of connect the entire world for communication and such.
Got it. They want to invent the internet.
Basically. And their whole motivation is they were
smartphones.
bored.
And they have psionic powers.
Fuzz phones.
This is going to turn into like a connection to the Guild Tales thing, where it turns out they're the ones who invented the Martin phone.
They are.
Actually, that is entirely the case.
That's the connecting canon between all of the different realities. Yes,
Actually,
realities, not worlds.
The connecting canon is Greaves, but they're also involved.
Yeah.
I will be honest. I still don't know as to what aspect, but Moriarty kind of also plays into that. He's been in like 3 different things, and Greaves has moved him around a bit.
Moriarty is not actually involved. I'm sorry.
Listen, he's been in different places, and you've canonically had Greaves move him around. I don't know how many of him or where of him is there because of he, and why he know what he do.
Yes.
Greaves has moved him around because he was bored.
I know, but like, that's the thing. Is like, I'm not saying that Moriarty is like consciously necessarily doing it, but like more of a, hey, I've been a few different places because of this guy in a hat. And we've it's kind of canonical, so like I can't fully ignore the fact that Moriarty has been around a bit, but I don't know to what extent.
I've been everywhere, man. I've been everywhere.
Like he went from the Friday game into the Wednesday game, and now he's here.
The Wednesday game, we have established that was a non-canon thing.
Okay.
As far as him being here, he's a different person. You just decided to play him again.
Like I recycled the name Rosalia out of Cygnus, but it's an entirely different character.
I mean, it's the same character though. He's a bard. He's the fox bard.
But not the same character. Not the exact same person.
He does not have the knowledge and memories of the last one. But as far as I can tell,
it's just him, but in like a different timeline.
Basically.
So
a different set of circumstances.
So I don't know how much you guys want to do ship-to-ship battles, but judging by the fact that you keep upgrading your ship, you probably want to have them.
Oh, that's more along the lines of we just viewed them as an inevitability, so better safe than sorry.
Yeah.
Be ready and all that.
I would not mind. I would not mind trying it out. I also have low hopes for it being good, because often things like that aren't the greatest and or most fun.
We've had 2 of those type of combats. One was versus the kobolds.
Yep, they did stuff for boarding and firing cannons and everything. I don't, I assume your ship-to-ship combat is going to be different, but I had them spend turns loading the cannon and getting that ready, and then they could board, and that would be basic normal combat was boarding.
Yeah, but we're already dealing with enemies that can shrug off the cannons.
Potentially, that's.
I will say, when it comes to the Wolven, I already have a whole plan laid out for that.
The Martins like to use acid. I'm telling you that now because you're gonna have to deal with it. The Martins they can just breathe acid whenever the hell they want.
Action Grenade. Let's go.
They've used it. They've used it several times already.
I have a
key to
gift
the
that
It may
can
not be
prove
stomach acid.
I have a gift that can prove this.
But,
Yes,
but
I've been
Also, Temple would not file upon loyalistship if he had a choice.
the
I've been
Martins can also choose to not to not breathe or need to breathe at all. They can just choose not to need to breathe, eat, or sleep.
So the Martins are a psionic class that,
Yeah.
it's kind of homebrew or something.
It is homebrew.
Okay, it's homebrew. Read up on it because there's a lot going on there. At first to me it seemed kind of overpowered, but as I read more about it, I was like, okay, I kind of get it.
They can mentally dominate people.
I haven't been sent it yet. The only big thing is if it kept the capstone ability, which I hate. I hate that capstone ability so much.
What capstone ability?
The original Mystic capstone ability of you are resistant to all slashing, piercing, and bludgeoning damage, and when you die, you don't die.
I think that is still the thing.
Oh God. Okay.
But the one that I'm using is technically so it's the Unearthed Arcana thing, but Reddit took it and fixed it.
I will let you and Zoom work through the mechanics of these characters. You know, kind of on your own time. That's definitely a DM to player conversation, and that's definitely something to study up on at a later point or when it is most convenient for you guys to do so. But it's definitely have that conversation. Take time where available.
I have a long time until level 20.
I've got about 40 minutes left. So I guess, is there anything, Neon, is there anything that you would like to personally state? Having heard all of this, having seen where we are, is there anything you would like, any statements you'd like to make, I guess, going forward as DM, with like things that you kind of think that you might want to do to just kind of get a vibe from the players? Because I know, like, you know, you might have an idea for something, but like, I don't know how necessarily well it will gel with the players. So maybe, like, of course, don't just straight up say what we're going to do, but maybe make sure everyone's like on board for either a more silly campaign or a more serious campaign, or whatever kind of flavors you're trying to deal at here.
And as long as I don't break it with all the donation goal items I have.
Well, one thing I try not to do, but it will just always end up happening, is my games are very anime, and you might not know what that ends up meaning, but it usually,
a man after my own heart.
Yeah, it's usually like, oh, there's like the 7 warriors of darkness, and each one has like their own special like ability that you have to overcome.
I would prefer
So we're
that
playing
you
Gurren
try
Lagann.
I would prefer that you at least try to stick to the original premise with the Towers of Heaven.
No, yeah.
Use Xena as an example.
Yeah, an example.
Okay.
And the Towers of Heaven are already kind of anime. Each tower is entirely different outcomes.
I've actually literally seen an anime that had a plot like this, except instead of towers, it was chess pieces.
Ooh, that actually sounds pretty cool.
I'm good with that. I'm just saying.
I'm just saying, and it's more style. I'm saying that I tend to digress into that style somehow.
It's okay. Timbo's a shenanigan man, so he'll take whatever you throw at him and make something out of it.
Also, if you have any questions for me, I'd love to answer them. I am always open.
I've not given you Moriarty's backstory yet, because it's not been relevant yet, and I'm not certain if it will become relevant, but I'll still give it to you later when, we're starting to get to that point.
Hey there, Zeppy Boo. Yes, low level Final Fantasy XIV. Kurt has dragged me back into this game after I've been burned on it multiple times. So I'm giving it one final shot.
You're like John Rambo on the false Rambo. They keep dragging me back.
Basically, but this will definitely be the last if I still don't like it.
I get that. I've tried to play Warframe so many times, from when it first came out to more recently, and I've never liked it, and everyone tells me I'm gonna like it, and I try to play it, and I don't like it.
I'm gonna be fully blunt, and it's mostly the part outside of the game. Like, the game, yes, A Realm Reborn is boring. But, like, doing it alongside what we're doing right now, I'm not minding this. Because I'm doing something else while just idly going through the boring quest line. But it's the diehard fans that have completely given me a terrible taste for this game. It's the diehard fans that have primarily destroyed this game for me.
I gotcha. I think there's like a lot of people who didn't play Undertale just because, Undertale fanboys were, Undertale fanboys.
There have been a lot of games over the years that the game itself was amazing, but the community completely devoured it.
Yeah.
What else?
I keep hearing about all of these fans that are like really good for about Final Fantasy XIV. They're them being good for the new fans, new players, and for me, it's like I have not seen that. I have seen people get up in arms with me over finding this main game, or the base game, being boring. So far, I have spent more time running from one point to another than I have actually doing anything in this game. And that is boring. But anyways, I am giving it a legit shot. And I am enjoying this experience right now where, like I said, I am idly playing through this and doing something else that's more interesting.
Sounds
also,
good.
Kur, I am standing...
14 to work, I can join on that server and you can have a tank.
Kur, I am currently next to the Aetheryte crystal here, waiting for you.
So, Neon, you kind of made your statement. Things are probably going to be a little anime, even though they kind of already are. So probably not too much is going to change. At least I don't think so. Hopefully not. We'll see. We'll see.
I also have a very low weirdness. What is it called? Weirdness radar. So
Weirdar.
Yeah, expect things to get weird sometimes.
All right.
So partially normal Dungeons and Dragons. Understood.
Yeah, D&D is supposed to be weird. I feel like that's going to be.
We are literally playing. We stream these games. We stream these games, and viewers can spawn in whatever they want to have happen.
Unless the DM or Zim declines.
Yeah, unless we decline it because it's too far out there. But I think we all come into these games expecting weirdness, because the viewers can be very weird, such as a chicken door.
Yeah, I would have never thought of a chicken door, and I would have never wanted to think of a chicken.
No one expects the Poultry Inquisition.
But that's kind of just where we are.
Then you have an evil version of your party, and they have a fish door.
We're pescatarian.
We already have more well, I guess it's technically more crab than we know what to do with.
Yeah, there was a point in time where I just kind of went crazy with crab themed things, and I don't know why.
Craberius.
It was even before Craberius, though. That was the thing. I feel like Craberius spawned more out of my crab. I don't want to say fetish. That's not the right word. But like my crab fascination.
I was also going crazy over the crab dance stuff.
Oh yeah. We just had a point on this channel where crabs were in.
They're still in. What are you talking about?
They absolutely are. But I mean, like, they're still in.
Timbo had crabs. She didn't like it.
They're still in, but there was a point where we kind of went hard on them.
I spelled Ogmus correctly.
So, anyways, where were we with the discussion on stuff?
1 second, I'll be right back.
Anything I want to add to tell people about and changes if I'm going to make any?
Oh, right. Neon. I think I've already explained this to you, but the Martin twins have the 1.5 times HP and psi points, but they share those pools.
Yeah.
Which, honestly, as we're going about this, I'm kind of leaning towards maybe getting 2 times the psi, but that's something that we might look into later if that comes up, or if that is something I want to ask about. Right now, I think it's okay, but...
If I remember correctly, the players want to get away from the towers and have a side adventure.
I would like to see some... I would like to see some side adventures in between the towers. Because we've literally gone from tower to tower now. With very little in between.
Tower, it was tower, go to town, get to the cove, go back to town, back to the cove, to the tower, back to the cove, now back to town.
Well, okay, it was not actually tower to tower, but there wasn't much between them. Beyond, you know, preparing for the next tower and then going to the next tower. I would not mind slowing down a bit and stretching it out a little bit. Let us get some side quests in and have some other non-tower related stories.
To be fair, there was that whole thing with, you know, the betrayal of the Wolven. That was kind of a side quest thing.
Oh yeah, that was very... I actually really enjoyed that.
I'm glad.
Oh yeah, speaking... I was going to explain this, and then somebody interrupted me. Yeah, the Martin twins are totally going to... If the Wolven attack, their ships are made of metal, but metal can be melted as well with acid, so... like I said, they don't need to breathe. So they just go underwater. They also have the unmake spell thing, so they can literally unmake a, I think, 10-foot sphere of the ship and just cause the Wolven ships to start sinking. Honestly, I don't anticipate ship-to-ship combat being a major thing.
Because Toshime's being depressing.
Why?
He's showing me milestones that demonstrate just how much time has gone by since this campaign began.
Hey, Tanya?
What?
Can we play now? Can we play now?
Play what?
God.
Can we play now?
Edward.
Wait, what? What do you want to play?
Big Brother Ed. Why?
Something about alchemists.
Here's the question.
I'm not going to acknowledge that something.
How many times have you actually seen my character rage?
Twice?
I'm a barbarian.
I mean, I have seen you activate rage multiple times, but as far as actually raging, like actually role-playing it at all, I don't think I've seen it once.
Activating rage only twice in this whole campaign.
I would like, and my character is supposed to be a necromancer that has disposable legions. So far, I've only ever raised skeletons once, and the only casualty was self-imposed.
With that, I got a call.
Welcome back.
Oh yeah.
Hello?
You had a
Hi,
skeleton
sir.
said, "Jump, bitch," and then he did.
Yeah.
Loyal to the end.
And I do recall Tiberius offering to, try and catch him with Mage Hand, or attempt to.
Mage Hand could absolutely not catch it.
Yeah, skeletons weighed like I think the number I found online was like 20 pounds.
Rather than just
Sorry about that, I had a
rather
phone
than
call.
just yeeting the frigging skeleton off the cliff.
Oh yeah, 10%. That was the number I found online. That the average human skeleton is 10% of the person's body weight.
Yep.
Excluding, fat content.
At this point, because I gotta go pretty soon, gotta get ready for some other crap going on today. I would like to take this point to then, I guess, go over with the players and kind of ask, hey, what kind of notes would you want for the DM to specifically have? What do you expect out of the game? What are you looking for? What do you kind of want to do?
Well,
Have you heard of Exalted?
Shut up.
I've already explained a lot of what I want and how my stuff works and whatnot. I don't know if I did explain this, but they do pick their own spells and feats and such, but otherwise ability scores and whatnot are synchronized between them. And then I did also send you the psionic handbook thing that I'm using, Neon.
I'm thankful for.
Hello there, Draco. Tanya, you are a fucking nerd.
What? How am I a nerd? What?
Well, you are a wizard.
Yeah, nerd.
You just are. Just don't question it.
Wizard,
Cat
nerd.
says so.
Oh, it's Draco Malfoy. That's why. He's just like that.
That says Draco
Malfoy.
Flamey.
Nope, Draco Malfoy. See, this goes both ways.
Turkeme's dancing with the crabs.
I love Super Animal Royale. The music's just so happy.
Zim needs something to entertain him while he's doing his delivery missions.
Okay,
Well, right now I'm
Zim's
waiting
ears
for
are perfectly. Zim's ears are perfectly synced to the crab claws. Oh, now they fell out of sync.
I really enjoy Streamloots.
Yeah. from what I remember from Razem is he doesn't want me to change too many rules and wants me to kind of stick to what the game currently does.
Like,
And then they know about donation goals.
Which, to be fair, the what the game currently has, as you've probably noticed here, isn't a whole lot. So
yeah, I have to kind of expand on it a little.
Yeah, actually on that, something that I was wanting to address, but that I felt like it kept getting sidelined because we had other stuff going on, was that Rose, it is supposed to be, I just haven't been able to deliver it but through character very well, struggling with a prejudice against carnivores because of what happened earlier in her life and how she lost her dad. And she's been trying to push her way past that, which the Martins have inadvertently been exacerbating because they're just, enjoying themselves and having a fun time. They don't realize that it's ticking multiple boxes for her. And
I feel like some of the other party members have kind of contributed to that.
Yeah, just a bit. And I was wanting to work with that a bit, but when I tried pushing towards it a little bit here and there, plot ended up happening and I had to put it on the back shelf.
Yeah.
And then, of course, the thing that Moriarty had signed off on, but you might have other things in mind, was that because her overarching goal is bringing her dad back, once she got to the point of being able to raise skeletons and zombies, that she can have one of the slots, the 4 slots for minions, occupied by one that she doesn't have to regularly re-up its loyalty. It's indefinitely loyal. But the price is that anytime that one is summoned, she can't use Unseen Servant, because that is her dad. She brought him back one step closer to being alive.
It is still functionally a shade of her dad, though. It's like,
Yeah. Yeah, its stats are identical. The only difference is that she doesn't have to re-up the loyalty every 24 hours.
And that she cannot use that spell at the same time as Unseen Servant because of how she wanted to have the lore of Unseen Servant going, which is that Unseen Servant is her dad, which I thought was pretty cool. I thought that was a cool character story beat. I was like, that's good flavor. I'm willing to allow that.
Yeah. So the next stage for her is go on.
I just wanted to say, Draco, yeah, ads are annoying, but they are a big support for the channel. Do keep in mind you can subscribe to the channel and not see any ads at all. Just pointing that out. But carry on.
Wait, I'm subscribed. I still see ads. I am subscribed, am I?
Send a message in the chat.
E. Connecting to chat. E. I am not subscribed. Holy shit. Let me fix that. Use my Prime sub.
Toshime, I am alarmed at how long you've kept these pictures for. He's DMing me weaponized nostalgia.
Thank goodness.
This is something for Neon that Toshime's brought up a couple of times. Donation goals are set for each game. Every week, I think I went over this, but just in case I didn't, Neon. Every session, you're going to need to send me a title as well as a donation goal. The donation goal can be $50 or $100. The $100 level is what I default to unless you tell me otherwise. And oh yeah, I did go over this because I told you about the DM share and stuff, and you told me you can't take that. So
and also our most recent donation goal was met, but it has not come up in game. I do believe I've already PM'd you what that was, and so that should be coming up in hopefully our next session.
Oh, so if I bring a title like bake a cake has to appear?
Well, no.
The title and donation goal can be two entirely different things.
Yeah, the donation goal title is basically meant to be a teaser to entice the audience to wonder, okay, what the heck is that?
You want to get them to spend money, so you try to give it a flashy title and make them spend money on it.
I love how we are outright saying this on stream where everybody's hearing it.
What to freaking say?
We want
At least we're being truthful.
I wonder who's gonna buy the donation goal.
Listen, this is his job. His job means he needs to make money to survive. Yep. So we are putting this here to help him make money. That is what we're doing. I know, like, you know, I'm sorry I'm taking it out in the open, but, like, this is your job. People gotta understand this.
Yeah, this is literally Zim's full-time job. He spends, I would say, roughly 60 hours a week, maybe 80, up to 80 hours a week, doing just this, just managing the streams, managing the community.
The donation goal isn't just us having fun, hee hee ha ha, someone gave us $100. It's also, hey, Zim's gotta make rent, so I'm trying to make this as good as I can.
Yeah.
Yeah. I would say at least 10 hours a day. This is what he's doing 7 days a week.
I mean, full clarity here. I stream typically 8 to 14 hours a day, 6 days a week. Mondays are a little different, where I typically only go about 4 hours, though sometimes I don't. And even when I'm not streaming, I am still working on things. I am still setting up I'm setting up new stream loots cards. I'm managing things with the channel artist. I am... So, you know, just because I'm not live does not mean I'm not working on stuff. And right now we are on the 7-hour mark for the stream today, and I still plan to go for many, many more hours.
Yep. If it weren't for the fact that I have work tomorrow, I would be sticking around.
Yeah, and the only thing that allows this to even be a thing is that the streaming does generate revenue. That is the value of the revenue. That is his paycheck.
Yeah. Hey, I think we're on Timber now.
What?
Alright.
Oh, yeah.
Timber, let's see.
What do you want to see out of the campaign?
Well, Timbo wishes to avenge his pack that was demolished when he got stabbed at it.
Oh yeah, I should state the god Agma did say to Timber that the person he wants to kill to avenge his pack, he is around. He is in the area. Like he is in this area. If it be willed by fate or the gods, who knows? But that character is present somewhere. That's all he really knows. That's all he really gave away is there will be a chance for Timber to do that.
Okay, was that a deliberate Timberism just a moment ago there?
Yes. The Dungeon Master will learn all about Timberisms.
Yeah. Just so you know, you don't have to just say what your character would like. It could be like...
You don't understand. It's Timber.
Okay.
Timber is Timber.
Let's see. Timber must suffer. He will take whatever hardship, and he believes he deserves it. He will always tell the truth, or what he believes to be the truth. If someone tells him something, he instantly believes them because he doesn't know what lying is. Let's see. He also goes through 4 times the food and water as a normal character does. Every day.
Timber, this is less about your character and more about what you as a player want to see out of the campaign. What do you, as the player of Timber, want to have in the campaign?
I want to see battle. And story. Yeah, story's good too.
And story.
I told you, Timber is Timber. What part of that was unclear?
Don't worry, I got battle covered.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just here for the fun, man. Pretty simple.
Alright. And I guess we're on Tochume.
Toshime.
Sashimi.
Toshime.
Sashimi.
I like sashimi.
Touch-a-me.
No. Please say his name correctly.
Toshime.
Honestly, I have a hard time pronouncing
Wait,
that.
is it not Toshime?
No, it's pronounced Tushma.
Uh-huh.
You're gonna screw me up so bad, guys. Don't.
It is Toshime.
Toshime. Yeah, I'm saying it, I
It's
think.
spelled Toshime,
Mhm.
but it's pronounced Throat Warbler Mangrove.
So, what are you looking for in this game?
Actually, the majority
Toshime?
of letters are silent. It's actually just pronounced T.
Yes.
He is the Mr. T.
Yep.
But, anyways, go ahead and answer Toshime.
Yes, it is.
What are you looking for in this campaign as a player?
Resolving some of the story plot points for the characters.
All right. Anything else?
That's the main thing.
Okay.
Of course, have fun. Big numbers. Go whoosh. Run fast.
Numbers bigger than 8.
I'm good.
Okay, so
I
it sounds
can-
like epic storytelling.
My character isn't built the best. It's built for fun. Run fast.
I'm good.
No longer ball.
And then Ash the Yeen.
Give me a sec. Honestly, I don't know. I really haven't been in the campaign that much.
No.
Just kind of there for a lot of running around in one tower. So I honestly don't know.
Well, imagine this was an entirely new campaign with an entirely new DM. What would you say are your preferences?
I don't know. I've never done D&D before, really.
I just
I
want to
don't know what to
D&D.
expect or anything.
Let me do the Dungeons and Dragons thing.
Okay. I ran down. And I think it is. And I look forward to meeting all of your expectations. If you have anything you have that you didn't want to say out loud, feel free to PM me. I'll definitely be reading, and when I get a hint of when the first game will be, I'll tell you as soon as I can.
We're hopefully going weekly.
Yeah, but I can't run the game until I get the icon. And there's a backlog.
Yeah, I've got Mary busy with a lot of stuff. As far as the art goes, right now I've decided to change the way I'm planning to do things. The DMs will still get their full art, but I'm gonna get Mary to do the talkie icons first, and then we'll get the full character art later. This was literally decided last night, so with Mary, and she's like, you should try doing that instead. And I'm like, that's actually a good idea.
Yeah. So once I have the talkie icon, I can run a session, right?
Well, no, the DMs will still need to have a full art.
For the title card.
Yeah.
Alright.
For the graphic, the live image that I post with every time I go live.
Yeah.
But that is on the list to be done ASAP.
Radio. And I also remember a thing you guys didn't say, that the Martin twins have like 96 siblings.
Yeah, something like that.
And they
Yeah,
can
somewhere
all
around there.
telepathically communicate with each other.
And they've got a lot of uncles, aunts, etc. And they're all the whole family is involved, though the twins are in charge of it all. The basic, the backstory is rather basic, where an earthquake happened and their islands got, their home island got separated and split up, and earthquake plus magic nonsense resulted in their family being spread across the world, so they decided, hey, we're going to make a big interconnected network so we can at least stay in touch.
E.
And it's all psionic.
It's getting close to the time that I need to head out, so is there anything anyone wants from me, or are you guys going to be good to kind of continue this on yourselves?
I think we're good on you.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you all for showing up. I'm glad that we could have this discussion. By all means, feel free to continue it. You know, while we're all here, that's, you know, we kind of took the session today to make sure that we could talk about things and make sure everyone's good and on the same page, and you know, there's no horrible expectations. But yeah, you guys have a good one, and peace.
Bye.
See ya, bud.
Bye.
Later.
Bye.
And technically, this game started in 2020.
Yeah? Well, the group as a
How
whole,
could
anyways.
this happen to me? I made my mistakes.
It happens because we dissolve it, Osilia.
No.
Once you accept that fate, life becomes
will-
so much easier.
Okay. Timber. If I were the kind of person who would accept fate, would I have become a necromancer?
But you were fated to become one.
You shut your tainted mouth.
No boy has his, the thing. It was fated that you would become poetical and stuff.
I may have said that about dispelling people, but my character can't cast magic. Barbarians can't.
I mean, they can, they just can't do it while they're wage. I'm too angry to cast. I mean, Timble could, but why would he? Unless like Osilia got on Temple's bad side for some reason.
Also, is there any custom rulings I should be aware of?
That Martins change their name every session.
And everybody only remembers the new name. They're aware the name is different now.
Well,
but nobody
it's not.
can
It's
ever
not every
remember.
session, isn't it? Isn't it every 24 hours?
It's supposed to be, but we decided to switch to just every session.
Okay.
Yeah.
So in game, it's basically every now and then it's like, huh, they have a new name.
And sometimes not even every
They
session.
didn't have a new name. It was always such and such.
No, every
Yeah.
session.
So, yeah, there are some people who have figured out that the name does change, but they are incapable of remembering the old ones. Rose even tried writing down their names every day, and when she tries to go back and read the old ones, she just gets a migraine.
Timbo can read the old ones. Because they're pixels.
Yeah, they're just squiggly lines to him. That doesn't count.
They're pixels.
Have you tried casting read magic?
I mean, that wouldn't work because psionics aren't magic, but...
No, I can't remember. It's a magical reading spell.
But either way, it is impossible to recover the old name through any means.
Timbo can't read common. It's his
Wait.
fourth language.
Timber can read any language?
He can read Celestial. How else is he going to read the Codex?
The only language that he can read in written form is the language that the Codex is written in.
Which is funny because Celestial does look like squiggles. So if you don't know Celestial, it actually looks like Timbo's just squiggling.
Not to fully contradict you here, but literally every language, every written language looks like scribbles if you don't know what it means.
Quiet. My logic is infallible. It was issued to me.
An example from earlier, Japanese.
I don't trust government-issued logic.
Those are dashes.
Okay,
I don't
well,
trust government-issued logic.
To be fair, the client that we use, Fantasy Grounds, the font that they use for Celestial is very curvy. It has lots of circles.
So it's cuneiform.
Kimber, I'm sorry, there's been a recall on your helmet. There's been too much lead in it. We're going to have to take that back.
They need it for bullets.
It was issued to me this way. It's to protect me from the radiant damage.
I have so many questions.
Better write that down. Radiation in it deals radiant damage.
Oh,
Write that down, write that down.
Neon.
Mm-hmm.
Beware the bucket.
Oh. So funny story, true story. Timber can smite with any weapon, including improvised weapons.
One time, Temple was disarmed, completely stripped down for everything except his helmet, and the Dungeon Master forgot to... I asked the Dungeon Master what was in the cell with me, and he said there was some straw to sleep in and a bucket to poop in.
You've given him all he needs to escape.
Temple instantly said, "Oh, okay, screwed up, Dungeon Master. For I have the solution right here." And Temple picks up the poop bucket, and then he casts I forgot what spell it was. It was the one that does D4 radiant damage on any strike.
I don't know.
No, it's a spiritual weapon or something like that. It's one of the paladin things. I'll have to look at my sheet. But anyways, he just turned his bucket into a welding torch and cut his way out. And proceeded to maul one of the guards.
Oh, yeah, because it wasn't the whole thing that it was a, Wow, why am I blanking on this word? Spells that you can cast an infinite number of times.
No,
Cantrips.
it took a spell slot. It took a spell slot.
Ah.
Tokeme wants you to try to speak with a different accent for 90 seconds.
Timber's accent.
All right, I guess I can. Not very well.
Usually those are aimed at Zim, but I prefer this one.
Everyone talks better when they're me.
I thought it would affect
No,
everyone.
Toshime, I believe you said you wanted that aimed at Timber.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. You want me to talk with a different accent?
And I forgot to update that part of it, but it's supposed to be a different voice.
A different voice? Okay.
So bring out Martin Timber.
Well, screw you guys! I'm going home! The Empress has made me big and strong! And this, I don't like being tiny! I lost all of my gains! All those years of training, wasted for naught!
Oh no, you're small. How could this be? It must absolutely suck.
How do you live at this current altitude?
Bold of you to assume I live.
I've made some mistakes.
Well, it's over now.
Just get that Super Mario, when he gets his super mushroom and he grows. Dugga, dugga, dugga!
I'm just glad that this rose isn't traumatized by. I'm just glad that this rose isn't traumatized by robots like the last one.
He's traumatized by carnivores and a pack full of a gnoll, a wolf, a couple martins, a fox. One of the meat eaters eats 4 times the meat. He literally just engulfed a whole pig.
Anya, there's still time for Rose to be traumatized by the carnivores.
Okay, I would like to point out that this rose, was it this rose when they did the prison break?
That was last Rose.
Oh, last rose just kept getting traumatized.
Because Timbo was bloody and naked?
Yeah, so remember the bucket? Yeah, in that same scene, once Timber's in the hallway, a guard tries to react. So Rose, that build of the Rose, was a monk. She manages to grapple the guard as he goes past her cell and holds her to the bars. So what does Timber do? Oh, he just mauls them while she's still restraining them.
The naked bloody monster's coming for me now!
Yeah, I would say there aren't going to be any robots, but we've already well established they exist.
Yep.
And the thing with Rose being traumatized by robots was that there was a mine with automatons that were going haywire. And that entire freaking session, I did not have a single good roll. And on top of that, the audience turned me into a mark.
Yeah, that's right.
I require melee to survive, and now I'm tiny. How can I melee when I'm 2 inches tall?
You know what I
think
should
everyone
do?
was turned into muttons.
Yeah, if I was truly evil, what I'd do is I'd make an alternate version of all your sheets that's a Martin, so that anytime someone turns you into a Martin, you just, are a completely different character.
Timbo was just... Timbo was just a condensed version of himself, so he's just a condensed bastard. He dropped to 80 pounds.
Same Timber flavor, but now with half the calories.
95%
Diet Timbo. That is the good part, though.
I wouldn't know.
Well,
It's
unless you
ironic
go
that
back to the body switcher.
It's ironic that I keep playing herbivore characters all the time, but in real life I love meat.
Yeah.
See you later, Draco. Thanks so much for coming by. Don't forget to hit that follow button.
See ya.
Welcome to the Hamlet.
Thanks for the follow. Hope to see you again, even when Tanya's not here, you know.
Oh, even the speaking of Hamlet, remember the cult of the Iron Path or something?
All right, that does it. You get the bonk.
Why do I get the bonk? Ow. No. Don't. Oh, no. Whatever will I do?
And don't you know lead paint makes everything taste better?
What?
Well, Tanya, thank you for getting me all
Don't do it.
moist.
God fucking damn it.
I think that's ASMR that really disturbs me.
Yeah, it does. Thank you.
Let's see.
Hey,
What's the most helpful thing my
they
character's done in this campaign?
They spend the points to...
Because you don't have a proper hydrate routine.
A proper one? That's
Yeah,
not a
you drink
hydrate
water. You
redeem.
don't say things like that. One of them should be a hydrate redeem then.
Why?
Because you need to properly hydrate.
I do
Mr.
properly
Streamer.
hydrate.
Yeah, I have like literally 3 pops on my desk full right now.
That isn't hydration. Hydration is water or nothing else.
Actually, there is more that could be hydrating, such as my V8 energies, which are very good for hydration. But that said, I do have a cup full of water, and I've been drinking plenty of... it's got some Mio in there, but it's primarily water. It's just flavored water. Without
Are you
too
going to
much
be
in
killing
there.
the sapling next, Sim?
Maybe, I don't know. Right now, though, it's Stream Raiders time.
You don't really need water. You just need to eat pre-walkout.
Yeah, Zim, are you going to kill the baby treant like a hero? Killing babies?
But I don't need a hydrate redeem. I hydrate on my own.
You do need one because how else would Jack force you to hydrate? You're the one
That
going
can be
on
actually
about...
be dangerous if they kept doing it.
You're the one that's all about going on about chat interaction and all.
No, I'm still surprised that no one's tried to, like, get something out of me being the new DM. It's all very basics. No one's like, hey, can I have a new weapon that does this?
Why would we do that?
I don't know.
I probably want to rejig my character some, but that's about it.
Why would I want anything that the Empress did not issue to me?
Because the DM is the Empress.
I was not issued it. I will not ask.
Is this really going to become one of those problems with your character that will have to be fixed through character?
Wait, what's the problem with this character?
He won't use anything unless it's issued by his Empress. So if you're fighting...
He has to spend a little bit of time blessing a weapon before he can use it.
Yeah.
Unless somebody goes out of their way to say, hey, the Empress wants you to have this. Because he believes everything. People don't lie.
Yep.
Does that mean if you beat up one of your fellow officers and steal his armor, you can't use it?
It was issued by the Empress.
Oh.
That he won't attack other Wolven.
What if they attack him?
Self-defense, then. He damaged Imperial property. Temple is Imperial property. Treason is worse than heresy. A heretic does not know what he does. A traitor is much worse because he knows better and has picked wrong.
What's up, Panth?
But, I mean, if you're asking, oh, Timbo's disarmed and he's thrown into a place and there's a dagger right there, and will he use it to slay the enemy before it kills him? Yes. But then he will repent for not using something issued to him.
Got it.
He might take a day of fasting.
His fists are delivery from the Empress.
Those were issued to him.
His fists are like 2 pizzas.
Well, I mean, he's probably got very large hands. Paws things.
You do know that he's a size category larger than normal.
Yeah.
I have to say, I'm not too happy about that. 5e's been kind of very particular about not having large characters. And then you slide one in anyways.
Yeah, I'm trying not to, like, change things unless I absolutely have to. I mean, I'm fine with the Martins becoming tiny, but that, rule-wise, that does almost nothing, while large actually changes some things.
The Martins would normally be tiny size, but I sized them up to small because of the fact that 5e is built around all player characters being small or medium.
Yeah.
Like even Goliaths, who are traditionally supposed to be large size, are only medium.
It gets more ridiculous with the centaurs and the elephant men.
Yeah.
Here's my counter argument. Is that the one of the primary mechanics is the taking up 4 spaces on the map instead of 1.
And double your carrying capacity.
I would like to say that a good excuse for that is the tower shield. He's able to fill a hallway using that.
Well, also it means I can get surrounded by multiple enemies and they can attack me all at once.
Which would matter if if you guys used flanking, which to my knowledge you don't.
Flanking does not actually, it is an optional rule.
That's optional, yeah.
But it is not an official part of 5e.
Yeah. I already learned that the hard way when I tried to go out on a flank, and Moriarty had to remind me that that's not a thing that I can do.
And then Tanya was Sentinel.
That also,
I was experimenting with some builds.
Have difficulty entering places regular people can enter. I think it's fun. Because he also has to mind his weight, his size. He has to go through 4 times the food and water. I've been reducing my inventory like crazy.
God, what is that buzzing? Why? Who decided to make that a part of this fucking game? Ow.
What was that?
Oh wait, that was one of the cards. Never mind.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, why did you make that one of your cards?
That's one of the default ones.
Annoy the streamer as a card.
Not just the streamer. Fuck.
Yeah, that really screwed with me because my healing's not the best because I've been exploded. I was like, is this my ears playing tricks on me again?
Yeah. The only rule I'm even thinking of maybe doing, which at this point might be a little too late, but would be to bring flanking back in.
I would rather you not do things like that. There's a reason they designed the game without
it. They kind of treated it like it existed. Well, for a while. And then they start to get rid of pact tactics, which was balanced around the idea that flanking existed.
And next, we're going to 4th edition.
No.
No. Dedishi. No. I have been legitimately dragged into this game. This was for you as well, Panth. I've not really enjoyed this game in the past. I have been burned on it for multiple times, and Kur dragged me back into it. I'm giving it a shot for him. One final time. But no, Karma, we have not reached the fun.
Tanya Sapien gave you the radio demon voice.
Now we have reached the fun.
This is not fun of the game. This is just... This is a stream thing. This has nothing to do with the game, though.
I don't know. Considering that the stream is basically just us talking about stuff, I would say that this is the fun.
Well, yeah, I'm having fun with the stream of us talking about stuff, but not necessarily the game.
Right, so
I wish I had voice of modulators.
I need to adjust this, Martin. It's getting bad reception.
Yeah. Turn them around a couple times, give them an egg, and shake them. Maybe, wait, no. You turn him around, give him an egg, and rub his belly. That always works.
Dedishi, I have gone through this story before.
Oh my god, it worked.
I have been told multiple times that the story is where the fun part is. I do not find this fun.
Well, I mean, to be fair, Timble was...
I have been told that Heaven's Ward is where it starts to get fun. But right now, the story is bland and generic.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I believe it was Temple who picked up the Molten and tried to use him like a walkie-talkie.
Yeah. And, yeah, like when I play a healer, the adventure is, whoa! My fellow cute student mate, it heals, but heals in a different way. Whoa!
Yes. I'm filling him with glow sticks. And now, the rave.
So who's ready
I mean,
for
glow
our
sticks.
run fast?
Glow sticks give energy. Right? That's why you drank them.
Actually,
I'll
look that up.
Timber! You did not drink the glow sticks.
Well, if you're not supposed to drink them, why do they have bones?
Francois, this is new. And as I have prefaced all of this stream, I have played this game. I have tried this game multiple times. This is my 4th time. And it is going to be my final one unless I find the fun in it. I have been burned on this game by the diehard fans. I have been burned on it by their customer service. I have been burned on it by their website. Snowfox, I have lost friends over this game because I have lost friends over this game because some they get into fights or they get mad at me because I don't fall in love with this game immediately because, like I've said, I found this game, the base story of this game to be bland and boring in A Realm Reborn. Dead Ishi, I did give up on it, and then the boyfriend dragged me into it for one last try.
Your voice is ambrosia.
So who's ready for Gar Run Fast again?
Francois, that is what I have been told. But getting past ARR is a nightmare. And I have some people who insist that ARR... I have some people that tell me to just skip ARR entirely. I have other people that tell me I shouldn't. And then I have other people that would crucify me literally if I tried to level boost past it. I mean, Snowfox, you can literally go look back a couple months ago in the previous recordings and watch the chat. There were discussions about this in the chat before.
So here's a question for you guys. They ever explain why no one else has done the towers before you?
Because they're locked, and you have to find the keys to get in.
Well, we did find one person who tried, and they died. Well,
I
they
think
did.
it's more
Timber
that
did.
people have tried, but nobody's succeeded. We are primarily, so right now, we are primarily talking about our Ascent to Ascend Dungeons and Dragons campaign. We're switching DMs for it. And, so I'm actually enjoying this stream because I am able to just idly be distracted from the fact that I'm mostly doing nothing but running around and listening to a bunch of nonsense in the game, and while being able to be entertained with talking about D&D, something fun.
A dungeon master.
Dungeon Master saying that.
Oh, yes, I'm the dungeon master. Yes.
I don't really. I don't know his name off the top of my head, so I just say DM. Timbo knows. Timbo has been to at least one, and he knows that the Inquisition has tried to open the doors with cannons, but it didn't work.
Yeah, I remember that one.
Francois? Frankly, I don't care if it's not as bad. You can put a silver lining on garbage, but it's still fucking garbage.
You know, you don't have to put anything in a sandwich. You could just eat 2 slices of bread. It's not that bad.
And you have to understand that I'm not Francois.
I'm responding to the chat.
Uh-huh.
I don't know, garbage is pretty good. Don't know why.
Oh, they're not Francois. I see, yes.
Popovich is the best. Like, for you, Lou.
I mean... Part of the reason that I have had issues with this game are the diehard fans.
Well, guys, if I cut out, I'm driving through a place with bad reception.
So what do I need to work on with Gar, do you think?
Me personally?
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Gar is run by Ashley Yeen. It's hard to say because I need to give you story since you don't really have it yourself. As long as you're open to experiences, I'm fine with that.
Okay.
Yeah.
As long as I don't break the game too bad.
Yeah, there are some players who are like wallflowers, but they like actively avoid the story too, and that can get a little annoying. Oh, I'll stay on the ship. It's like, why? Okay, fine. A monster attacks the ship. Oh no, I teleport away from the ship and now I'm nowhere else. Okay. Sorry, that rank went nowhere.
Okay, the player that's just standing there, I pick him and run him into the combat.
Yeah, that doesn't necessarily have to be what you do, but that guy just like actively did not want to play.
That's the one who isn't showing up again.
Zippy Boo, I've been dealing with a lot of people like this debate of skip A Realm Reborn versus don't skip. What I've been told on that front is they made it faster to get through it all, so you can get through it much faster. Which kind of just tells me that they haven't really done anything to make it more interesting. They just want to try and rush you through to get to the good stuff.
Couldn't you just watch like a 10-minute video to get the entire story of A Realm Reborn?
But then you wouldn't be playing a game.
I mean, to be fair, I did that with I did that with Kingdom Hearts. Like,
Yeah,
I played through Kingdom Hearts 1, I played through Kingdom Hearts 2, but all of their multitude of side games and stuff, I just watched the story as a video on stream and stuff instead of actually playing through all of them. But that was all before, that was when Kingdom Hearts 3 was releasing, so I wanted to get through it, and time constraints was a thing because I had never played Kingdom Hearts before.
Yeah. And good news! The videos that tell you the entire story of A Realm Reborn are around 13 minutes.
The entire story of A Realm Reborn can be summed up in 13 minutes?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
That's all that is relevant?
Yeah.
Apparently, yeah. the longest it gets is 30 minutes. And that's like going super in depth.
How long was it?
30
I just
minutes.
imagine Symbian.
30 minutes in depth.
Half an hour.
Half an hour for a complete in-depth, the entire in-depth story of A Realm Reborn.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, I will go through one of those. I want to get to the fun. This isn't fun. Especially not when I have the chat getting on me like they are. Either way, Kur is done doing this game with me for the evening. So I will be switching games at this point. Because I'll definitely only be doing this with Kur. You are Robot Timber.
Which probably means it's a good time for us to wrap up our
I mean, I will say, you don't necessarily need to.
I'm
But
back.
yeah, I guess wrapping up
Welcome
this
back.
would actually be better for the recording on YouTube, so.
Thank you guys for showing up. And as I said, just PM me and I'll respond to whatever you tell me. Bye.
Alrighty.
Bye.
You guys are welcome to continue hanging out if you wish. But
I might drop out pretty soon.
that's alright. You
This is a
don't have
bad
to.
net area.
I'm just
I'll
saying
stay
you
around
don't
till
have to
my
if you
phone
don't.
drops though.
So anyways, everyone, thank you for joining us for this town hall meeting / Final Fantasy XIV return / whatever you want to call this. Check out our website, zgfgaming.com. We've got links for our Discord, Telegram, Twitter, Patreon, and more there on the website, as well as down in the description below through our link tree. Thank you to my patrons, donators, and subscribers. It is because of you guys that I'm able to continue bringing these streams to you all, so thank you. Consider becoming a patron over at patreon.com/zgfgaming. It's one of the best ways to support the channel, though you can also do so by simply sharing it around. But for now, thank you for joining, and I bid you the most fondest adieu.